Good morning. My name is Elliot Payne. I'm the president of Minneapolis City Council. Before we convene our meeting, we have the presentation of honorary resolutions. I'll invite Councilmember Chowdhury to give the first presentation recognizing gun violence awareness.
And I believe we have some guests joining us, so we'll wait for them to be brought into the room. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Come on up. Good morning, Director. Let me get close to y'all. Come on in. We can have some of you all right over here by Councilmember Palmisano and Whiting. Come over here. Yeah, don't be shy. Come on down here, everybody. Yeah, please. Come on. Got a little bit more space down here. We can do some rows. Good morning. This is recognizing June 2026 as Gun Violence Awareness Month in Minneapolis. Whereas National Violence Awareness Day originated in June 2015 to commemorate the life of 15-year-old Hadia Pendleton, who was shot and killed on a Chicago playground, and nearly 130 people shot and killed every day in the United States. Whereas in 2024, 44,447 people died from gun-related injuries, according to the Centers for Disease Control. And whereas over 3,000 shooting deaths have occurred in the United States between January and March 2026,
And whereas in Minneapolis from January through May 2026, 22 homicides have occurred and 88 people sustained gunshot wounds. And whereas gun violence homicide is a local and national public health concern that disproportionately affects teens and young men ages 15 to 35 and individuals who identify as Black, American Indian, and Latino, according to the Centers for Disease Control.
Whereas in the last year, Minneapolis and Minnesota have experienced gun violence due to interpersonal conflicts, crime, suicide, federal law enforcement, school shootings, mass shootings, and political violence. And whereas gun violence leaves lasting impacts on survivors, families, neighborhoods, first responders, and communities who continue to carry the emotional, psychological, and economic consequence of violence, and
whereas gun injuries and death are preventable, and whereas community organizations play a vital role in community violence intervention by providing services such as violence prevention, youth and group violence intervention, violence interruption, hospital-based violence intervention, community trauma response, and have demonstrated success in reducing violence and saving lives, and whereas
the City of Minneapolis is committed to honoring survivors, those who have lost their lives to gun violence, and their families by bringing an end to this preventable public health crisis through investment in awareness, education, training, violence prevention, and policy change. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council do hereby honor the survivors and remember those whose lives have been lost to gun violence, recognize the ongoing work of community organizations to build safer communities, and recognize June 2026 as Gun Violence Awareness Month in the City of Minneapolis.
Well, thank you everyone so much for being here, and and being here to bring awareness about gun violence in our city, in our country. I know that the city of Minneapolis in particular has faced a lot of heartbreak, especially with the shooting that took place, that took 2 young lives at Annunciation School and Church. The shooting that happened just a few days before at Cristo Rey Jesuit High School, and several mass shootings that we've experienced in the community, whether it's on the north side or the south side. We've all been impacted, and I just want to give a big and deep thank you on behalf of the Minneapolis City Council for everyone's advocacy, everyone's hard work, and your storytelling. I know how difficult it can be to have to share your trauma and your harm and to do it in such a selfless way. Because of you, we were able to pass sweeping gun violence prevention legislation at the Minnesota State Senate. And that is something to be so proud of. Even if we didn't get at the House, we know which seats we need to flip. We know what work we need to do. And because of you and your advocacy here on the Minneapolis City Council, we had a unanimous vote and support from the mayor on local level gun violence prevention laws that will go into effect once the state gives us the authority to do so. And that's something we should be proud of. And with that, I'm going to have Director Harrington of Neighborhood Safety Department open us up.
Hi, everybody. I'm Amanda Harrington. I'm the Director for Neighborhood Safety. I just want to acknowledge the staff from Neighborhood Safety that are here today. Many of them have personal reasons why they do this work, and all of us care deeply about protecting and supporting this community in whatever ways safety means to all of you. In particular, we're prioritizing gun violence prevention. And I need to say we couldn't do this work without the community organizations that we partner with. And so there's a number of organizations present today, some of which we contract with, some of whom advocate for gun violence awareness or safety, reduction, in a number of different ways. And I think we should just take a moment to thank all of those organizations who show up and do this work every day. We don't have a lot of time, but if any of the organizations feel called to speak about your work or the reasons that you do this work, we would love to hear from you.
I think we have Molly Chase from Moms Demand Action to kick us off.
Thank you. The first time I set foot in City Hall was last August after the Annunciation shooting. There was a press conference. I showed up in my red shirt with a sign that read, "My daughter starts kindergarten next year and I'm scared," next week, and I'm scared for her. And then yesterday was a makeshift ceremony at her school with her and her classmates in their homemade shirts, putting on a parade for cheering parents. And all of us were marveling at how much had changed over the last 10 months. And I would argue that Minneapolis and Minnesota have also been through tremendous change in the last few months. And I know that Moms Demand Action, Protect Minnesota, and volunteers across the state have been talking with their electeds. We've been sharing data, sharing deeply personal stories. And a lot of those electeds would hear us. Some of them would cry with us, but then they would get to the threshold of action and stop. Which is why it is all the more meaningful that our city council has taken action, and we see that and we appreciate it, and we are so grateful. And I just want to say, a ceremony is more than a ceremony. This means so much to us. Thank you.
Is there anyone else from any of the organizations that would like to say a few words? Want to give y'all the opportunity. And then we'll close it off with Councilmember Vita.
Hi, thank you. I'm Christina with Protect Minnesota, and I want to thank Council President Payne, Council Vice President Osmond, Chief Author, Councilmember Chowdhury, and all of the council members for their work on this and honoring this month, and also your unanimous vote on passing gun violence prevention in this city. It's so important. I just want to say to all of the advocates here, thank you for your tireless work for decades. It moves slowly, but it is important, and hopefully it is working. We know it's working. And I just want to implore the voters out there. We have a chance in November to elect gun safety candidates, so it's up to us. The #1 leading cause of death of children in this country is guns. So we need to vote like our children's lives depend on it, because they do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I just wanted to make sure that we acknowledge that gun violence has been a public health crisis in the Black community for decades, back to the times where we had the nickname Murderapolis. And so lots of people in this room and in this city stepped up to work on gun violence prevention way, way, way back in the 90s. And so I just want to make sure that the African American community is acknowledged, because this has been our work for years. This has been the work that we've set out to do for decades, and make sure that Black men, Black young men, a part of that resolution was read and said that African American and men and young men are hit hardest by this epidemic, and that is factual. And I want to say thank you to the Black men who showed up here today in representation of all the fantastic work that you do. I know a lot of your work is done in the barbershop and out on the streets, making sure you love on these young men and protect them, and doing your best to ensure that we don't continue to die from this epidemic called gun violence. So thank you all so much for the many decades of hard work and commitment.
All right, everyone. Let's get together for a photo. We're going to just squeeze in. Yeah, if you're short like me, you know where you belong. We're the coolest. Right here. Let's squeeze in and get a big photo. Councilmember Palmisano. Palmisano, you have the resolution? The resolution. Thank you. I'm going to have you. You're going to hold it. You're going to hold it, yes.
Next, we will recognize Pride. Morning. Happy Pride.
Hello, hello. We're going to have folks join us on the council chambers. We're a full house today. I know, it's so good. Get started, right? All right, Minneapolis, we're going to start with recognizing June 2026 as Two-Spirit, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer, Intersex, and Asexual Pride Month. Happy Pride Month, Minneapolis. Whereas in 1974, Minneapolis was the first city in the state of Minnesota to prohibit discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, and in 1975, the first to prohibit discrimination on the basis of gender identity, expression, positions, subsequently adopted by numerous Minnesota cities and the state itself. And whereas Minneapolis was the first city in the state of Minnesota to adopt an ordinance creating a domestic partner registry. And I'm going to pass this around a little bit because it's a lot. Whereas the city of Minneapolis has been steadfast in its commitment to full legal equality for same-sex couples, in particular to end the exclusion of same-sex couples from marriage, as well as public and vocal prominent of the marriage equality statute passed in 2013 by the Minnesota State Legislature and signed by the governor. Woo. And whereas the Minneapolis City Council, in partnership with the Minneapolis Public Schools, our legislative delegation, and numerous advocacy orgs, long advocated for the passage of the 2014 Safe and Supportive Minnesota Schools Act, meant to provide a clear definition of bullying and focuses on bullying prevention. And whereas by 2015, same-sex marriage expanded to all 50 states through various state court rulings, state legislation, direct popular votes, and federal court rulings. And
He's like, the rulings. Okay. All right. Whereas in February 2017, the City Council approved the creation of the Transgender Equity Council as an advisory board to the city on matters of importance to the transgender community. Yes. Whereas in January 2018, Council Vice President Andrea Jenkins and Councilmember Philippe Cunningham were sworn in as the first openly transgender council members elected to the Minneapolis City Council, and the first two openly Black transgender individuals elected to any city council in the United States. Whereas in 2019, the city banned conversion therapy for minors, and in 2021, Governor Tim Walz signed an executive order restricting conversion therapy throughout the entire state of Minnesota. Yes. And whereas in 2021, the Minneapolis City employees organized to create the Sexual Orientation, Gender Identity, SOGI Employee Resource Group for people who identify as two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and asexual, and allies who help drive diversity and inclusion strategy and ensure we have a workforce that reflects the community that we all serve. I really like this whereas. Whereas in January 2022, Councilmember Jason Chavez was sworn in as the first LGBTQ Latinx council member elected to the Minneapolis City Council, and Council Vice President Andrea Jenkins was elected by her council colleagues as the first Black openly transgender council president in the United States. Whereas Minneapolis has a thriving two-spirit LGBTQIA community, sustaining and sustained by so many welcoming organizations, places of worship, businesses, neighborhoods, schools, events, and more. And I'm passing it back to you.
Where do we go? Minneapolis has benefited from the service and talents of numerous 2S LGBTQIA plus elected officials on the City Council, the Park and Recreation Board, the Board of Estimate and Taxation, and in both the Minnesota House and Senate, as well as countless appointed officials and city employees. And whereas the Minneapolis annually hosts the Twin Cities Pride Festival, the city's largest outdoor festival in which Loring Park is turned into a forum for celebrating 2S LGBTQIA pride and those including allies who work for it. And whereas Minneapolis annually hosts Minneapolis People's Pride at Powderhorn Park, which intends to be a space for 2S LGBTQIA plus folks to experience joy, eat food, trade art, and create space for rest, collaboration, and love, centering those most marginalized and affected. And whereas in 2022, the city of Minneapolis and in 2023, the state of Minnesota issued executive orders to protect and support the rights of Minnesotans, Minnesota's 2S LGBTQI plus community members to safely seek and receive gender-affirming healthcare services, and to accompanying bill was passed at the legislature in 23 in the new state law that took in effect, requiring health plans that cover physical or mental health services to cover medically necessary gender-affirming care. Whereas in June 2023, the City Council passed a resolution honoring drag performance and drag culture as a form of free speech, thereby supporting the rights of all individuals to express themselves freely and openly stand in support of drag artists and performers everywhere. And in December 2024, the City Council funded a 2S LGBTQI plus mental health program to support the work of community-based organizations that delivers affirming and holistic mental health services to support the well-being of our community and individuals. Whereas in 2025, the City of Minneapolis awarded a mini grant to Queer Space Collective, who supported trans youth mental health by reducing social isolation, by fostering peer and mentor connections, building resilience through skill building, and increasing self-confidence by trying new things in a safe and affirming environment. And in 2025, the City of Minneapolis awarded a mini grant to the Family Tree Clinic that planned and hosted an event for trans youth to provide them with support and let them know that they are cared for and appreciated. They had gender-affirming activities, books, and care packages for participants, and a local resource directory was available. And whereas on February 19, 2026, the Minneapolis City Council adopted a resolution denouncing the Trump administration attack on gender-affirming care for youth. And whereas across the U.S., 2S LGBTQI plus communities continue to face growing threats, including harmful legislation targeting transgender youth, drag performers, gender-affirming healthcare, self-expression, and inclusion curricula. And whereas the City of Minneapolis stands firm in opposing such efforts and remains committed to being a safe, welcoming, and affirming city for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council do hereby recognize June 2026 as Two-Spirit, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer, Intersex, and Asexual Pride Month in the City of Minneapolis, and that the residents and visitors are encouraged to join the event celebrating 2S LGBTQI plus month throughout the city and to support the ongoing efforts to advance equity across Minnesota. We brought the house to City Hall, y'all. Happy Pride Month. Today, before we began, we had a light breakfast and what we believe to be the first ever drag show and ballroom here at City Hall. And that is history in itself. In a time when there is so much attack on our communities by the federal government, we are saying that in Minneapolis, we love our neighbors and we're gonna do everything that we can to protect them. I also want to acknowledge that we're joined by so many community members here and want to give an opportunity for Kat from Minnesota, the executive director, to say some words and to acknowledge the moment that we're in today.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Thank you, everybody. And again, huge appreciation to our performers. It is a beautiful thing to bring joy and art into any government spaces ever, and especially to bring our community's joy into these spaces here in Pride Month. So happy Pride. Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. And thank you again. And I think a really important piece as we step into this month is to remember that it is not just a celebration, it's a memorial, and it is also a call to action. Thank you for remembering Rolasia and Savannah earlier in your speech today, and remembering the work that we still have to do for our young people, for the generations to come, for all those in the city who the promise of welcome is not living up to their lived experience of welcome here. I have the honor of leading Outfront Minnesota, which is our state's largest LGBTQ advocacy organization. We were founded in 1987 at the height of the HIV/AIDS crisis, a time when our communities were quite literally dying all around us, when government looked the other way, not just ignoring our needs, but actively saying that this was a problem they didn't need to deal with because it was ours. And the only people we could look to were ourselves. We didn't have elected leaders in these public offices. We didn't have the same kind of advocacy voices at the tables that are sitting there today, but we built from a place of belief, knowing that our communities had power, knowing that our communities standing together could move mountains, knowing that we would get through this time of loss and emerge out the other side triumphant, joyful, and more connected. This year has been another deeply challenging year for so many of our communities. Renee Good was a member of the LGBTQ community, and so many of the names that we don't know, that we don't talk about, are members of the LGBTQ community, people sitting in detention centers right now who are wondering what their future looks like, who called this city home. People who have stood up for their friends and neighbors from our community because the connection and the power of community extends beyond just us. When we talk about Pride Month, the pride that I feel is in this. It's in looking around at the many different faces and the many different ways that our communities show up for each other. The ways that we show up in spaces of government, in art, in community, in labor, in all of these different ways to support one another and to build in communities that we can believe in, that reflect us, that care for us, that support us as full people. And being able to step into that as an LGBTQ person is a position of real joy and real power. We all deserve the ability to be fully and authentically ourselves, to feel safe in our communities, to feel welcomed, and to be celebrated for the many gifts we bring. This Pride resolution is a statement, but it's also a statement that's been backed by action and that will lead to actions to come from this city council and from this city to support our communities. The work is ongoing. To be clear, this is generational work. It was handed to those of us who are standing here today. We will hand it to the next generation as well as they step up to take this on, because the work of equality and inclusion is ongoing. We don't get to a finish line. We don't get a single ruling that says the mission's done, we're over. We are here for the long haul because we are here for each other. Happy Pride.
And I also, in this month, it's also important to acknowledge the work that Black and brown queer folks have led in this movement. And I didn't ask Rox to speak, but you have led the way for many of us to be able to sit here, to stand here, and to lead in these incredibly difficult times. And you've made it really possible for us to, as queer folks, be able to be out and proud. So I didn't ask you to speak, but if you would do us an honor, I would love if you
Thanks, council member. I appreciate that. Yeah, this year marks Rare Production and the Twin Cities Pride doing Power to the People in the Park. 25 years. Yeah, that's big. That's big. And I think, you know, our community is not whole until Black and brown bodies have equity, until we can take up space, until we have housing, until we have jobs, until we have real equity. And so thank you for giving me a chance to say that. And happy Pride!
And Rox is going to come back next week, next cycle, because we're also honoring that. So that's on the agenda for June 25th. Can we give it up to Vogue Down and our incredible drag queens who also threw down? They gave us a stellar opportunity to celebrate our culture, our life, and the members of our community that deserve so much more. So with that, I want to make sure that we also acknowledge the work of Soji, our incredible staff who are here, folks in NCR, Director Sayer, folks that have been working on this resolution. I don't know if you want to say a few words. Okay. We'll keep it brief then. We're gonna we're gonna try to take a photo and see what happens. Okay. But a lot of work went into the writing of this resolution that we do every year, and it's our incredible city staff that really put time and effort, along with our city council staff that put time and effort to write it, and it keeps growing every year, and it should be growing because there's a lot more left to do. Woo!
Next up, we will recognize Juneteenth.
Okay, if you're here for the Juneteenth resolution, Juneteenth.
What's up, brother?
Hi, you look familiar. You look familiar.
We can't be too much over there. Yeah. What's good, brother?
No, thank you. Oh, you know what? I'll take it for later. Good morning. Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello,
Perfect.
beautiful.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hello. How are you?
Oh, I love this.
Yes. Good morning. How are you? What's she doing?
Testing.
All right, come on in.
Come on in. Scooch in. Don't be shy.
Get in. Right. Act like it. All right, good morning, everyone. So glad you're all here. And I love that. A lot of these resolutions just intermingle, and you can stay for all of them.
Stay for everything.
So this morning, we're honoring and recognizing the national holiday of Juneteenth in the city of Minneapolis. Whereas on June 19th, 1865, in the state of Texas, where it was believed to be the last enslaved people of African descent still held in human bondage, received news of their freedom and entitlement to natural-born human rights under the law which had actually been bestowed upon them 2.5 years earlier when President Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, which had become official January 1st, 1863. And whereas later that year, on December 6, 1865, the 13th Amendment to the Constitution, which abolished slavery, was ratified by Congress, and
whereas other systems of oppression, such as sharecropping, Jim Crow, redlining, and mass incarceration, and the plunder of black bodies and black wealth continued past slavery and persisted to this day, disproportionately affecting the physical and mental health, safety, and education of Black Americans. And whereas the current state of disparities in direct correlation with the institution of slavery that continues to undergird our local and national economy, and whereas the city has committed to deepening its work to institute policies and practices that will repair the harm experienced by people of African descent over the last 400 years as a result of the legacy of slavery and racism, and
I get the big paragraph. All right. And whereas the city of Minneapolis recognizes the extent of the harm done and is taking active steps to reverse and repair the harm by adopting and implementing our strategic racial equity action plan, creating and increasing systemic change to public safety responses that include unarmed and non-police safety response for certain emergencies and for crime prevention, passing and implementing a resolution declaring racism as a public health emergency with several policy changes, formalizing and implementing a truth and reconciliation process, building out affordable housing with historic investment, creating inclusive economic development policies, and working to improve authentic engagement and build trust between community and city officials. And whereas June 19th has since come to be known as Juneteenth and is one of the oldest celebrations in America, growing out of the experiences of Black Americans and their enslaved ancestors, and is a celebration of the ending of chattel slavery in America, with the first official Juneteenth celebration taking place in Texas in 1866. And whereas
Juneteenth provides an opportunity for the city to celebrate Black American heritage and honor the lives, sacrifices, and contributions that are woven into the American fabric. And whereas on May 14, 2021, just prior to the adoption by the United States Congress the following month, the Minneapolis City Council by ordinance officially declared Juneteenth a city holiday to be honored with a paid day off for city employees and to be recognized by everyone in Minneapolis. And whereas the city of Minneapolis, in partnership with Hennepin County and the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, recognizes and celebrate the week of Juneteenth with activities to commemorate June 19th, 1865, and lighting of the I-35W bridge. And
whereas Michelle Gibson Webb's visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to community empowerment helped establish and grow one of Minnesota's largest Juneteenth celebrations, creating a lasting tradition that honors the history of emancipation while advancing cultural pride, economic opportunity, and community unity. And whereas her dedication to preserving and elevating the significance of Juneteenth in Minneapolis has left an enduring legacy that continues to inspire generations and strengthen the community she so faithfully served. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and city council do hereby honor and recognize June 19th, 2026 as Juneteenth, the National African American Independence Holiday, in commemoration of the resistance and liberation of African Americans in the city of Minneapolis and in the nation.
Thank you. I just want to say Michelle Gibson Webb was a community member that we lost last year who was deeply committed to the celebration of Juneteenth, who made sure that we came together to celebrate freedom, and we miss her. We are carrying on that legacy. There's going to be so many Juneteenth celebrations all over this city, all over the state, and I hope you all can come and join us at those. I'm a little older, and a lot of us up here we remember Juneteenth where Glenwood Avenue was thousands of, you couldn't even see the ground. Thousands of people showed up to go to Theo Worth Park and celebrate Juneteenth. It was one of the biggest events in this state, and we're getting there. We're getting back to those Juneteenths where you showcased Black culture, you showcased all the greatness and everything valuable that we bring to this community. And so I'm excited that a lot of people are here representing their organizations and the phenomenal work they're doing around economic development, housing, voter turnout. Like, so much work is happening, and most of the people are humble and don't want you to know how hard they're working. So I'm glad a lot of you showed up today. If a couple people want to speak, happy to turn the mic over. We got NAACP representation here. Oh,
yeah,
Al. Hey,
yeah.
Al.
Hey. Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Beatar, Warren, Whiting, Walmsley, and Payne. This is a time to say this resolution. One of the things happening right now is we're working in our community on a United Black Legislative agenda to bring us all together. And we just had a big meeting. We had Councilmember Warren there from here, Councilmember Johnson in St. Paul, Mayor Winston out in Brooklyn Park. We had a leader from Duluth, Carl Crawford, and we try to bring us all together to try to solve some of the worst problems, the disparities in the state of Minnesota, not just Minneapolis, in the state of Minnesota. This is a big thing. So I'm glad for us all to be standing here, and we got issues that we got to deal with right here in Minneapolis. And I'm asking this city council, this mayor, work with us. Don't work against us. We can come together and we can solve a lot of our problems together. We got things that we need to do, particularly on George Floyd on 38th Street. We got things we got to do over north in Heritage Park. We're gonna need all y'all support. Our people are suffering. This is not a game to me. I done put my time in. I've been over South over 30 years in the George Floyd area. That's where I stay. So that's what I'm saying. We can come together. I hope this council help us come together. Let us heal. We sent a letter from the Unity Community Mediation Team to y'all to say the work we were doing, we do it quietly. We're not trying to make no noise. We're trying to bring this city back together, but we need to heal ourselves, and we need y'all help to help heal us. Help us get healed, and not don't split us, don't separate us. Ain't nothing that we can't do that we can't come together. I believe that. So whatever you're doing, hold up and just believe in the community. Believe in the foundational black community. Believe in us one time, and we all know what's going on. And they, I heard speakers earlier. I worked with the GLBT community when Out Front first got started. I've been there. I did it all. But this is a time that we're in trouble in our own community, and we need y'all to come together. And Councilmember Beaton, Warren, Whiting just got here, and the council member saying, come on, but it's too important to say come on, because I want y'all to, we need y'all. We need y'all right now. Don't nobody else need to speak but me, so, yeah, but I'll let it go by. But everybody here that we speak, and they know I'm saying the truth. We need y'all to work together and listen to Councilmember Payne and Councilmember Payne and Warren. That's one way to get the mic. But hey, let me just say one more. Okay. Let me say one more thing. Let me say one more thing. One more thing.
Come on.
I just did it. One more thing.
Oh.
All right, so I do want to thank the council for the resolution. I do want to say to all people that Juneteenth is a reminder of the promise of America. So it's not just a celebration of African Americans, it's a celebration of the promise of what America is supposed to be. And Dr. King says, rising tides lift all boats. And so if you rise our community up and you help our community up, as Brother Al was talking about, you will see the best of this city as well as the state. A known fact that racism in this country has cost America over $21 trillion in economics. I'm gonna say that again. Racism in this country has cost America, not African Americans, not immigrants, but America, $21 trillion in economics. What does that mean? That means that even though we are free out of bondage, people are still bonding us through legislation, through policy, as well as through culture throughout this city. And we do need that to change because we're doing more than just celebrating. We are here to get ours.
All right. Now we're moving in for a photo. Oh, Pearl, I'm sorry.
I just want to say everyone is welcome. We kicking it off this Saturday at Bethune Park, Phyllis Wheatley, Northside. Big celebration. You're welcome to come out. I'm excited. This is going to be beautiful. We got a lot of beautiful artists and young people and elders and folks that we are going to be acknowledging again for their hard work and dedication and accomplishments in community. This is a day of remembrance. This is a day of Black joy. It's a day of healing. It's a day of resilience. And we gonna party all the 10th. So just know that all the 10th, we kicked it off with Prince Day, Purple Day, we 10thing it out, okay? We partying all the way out, and I'm so excited because the love is just omnipresent, and it's bountiful, and it's abundant, and so I wanna treat it like that and just love all the way through this. So please come out and join us and embrace community with us.
Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud.
We can.
I mean, you set it off. No, I'm just saying.
You don't need permission, Al.
We at the council. Any objection?
You don't need permission.
Eyes have it.
Say it, we ain't gonna do it.
You were supposed to kick it off, Al. You were supposed to do it. You were supposed to do it.
Hey, hold on. On three. We go. One, two, three. Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. Yeah. Yeah. Throw them fists up. Yeah, one more time. 1, 2, 3. Say it loud. I'm black and proud. Yeah. Up in here. Up in here. He said, let me say one more thing.
Where's my resolution?
Next up, we are recognizing Special Olympics Week.
Special Olympics?
Yeah.
Where's Michael at?
Yes.
There's Michael.
Oh, dang.
Very good to see you. Yeah. You already got the special shirt too. Yeah. I was gonna say he's already got it.
So
when it's his turn, the mic can just go up to the speakers, and then that'll be able to amplify it out because it's gonna read it out through there.
perfect. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I am so honored to be able to introduce the resolution recognizing June 20th through 26th as Special Olympics Week in Minneapolis. Yes. And just want to say thank you to our staff, to our community leaders for helping us draft this resolution for the presentation today. So going to kick it off. So whereas the Special Olympics provides year-round sports, training, and athletic competition, and a variety of Olympic-type sporting events for children and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities, giving them continuing opportunities to develop physical fitness, demonstrate courage, experience joy, participate in a competitive environment, share skills and friendship with their families, other Special Olympic athletes, and community, and
whereas the Special Olympics movement promotes inclusion, awareness, and understanding in communities worldwide and inspires people of all abilities to achieve their full potential, and
yes. Whereas Minneapolis has a proud history of supporting Special Olympics programs and celebrating the accomplishments of athletes in the community, and
whereas the Twin Cities last hosted the Special Olympics USA Games 35 years ago in 1991, and
whereas Minneapolis recognizing the Special Olympics Week provides an opportunity to honor the dedication, perseverance, and achievements of over 3,000 Special Olympic athletes and 1,500 coaches and countless volunteers and supporters representing all 50 states, and
whereas the city of Minneapolis wishes every athlete and coach good luck as they participate in their respective events on the University of Minnesota campus and in the city of Blaine, our friendly neighbors to the north.
Now, therefore, be it resolved, the week of June 20th through 2026 is hereby designated as Special Olympics Week in the city of Minneapolis. All residents are encouraged to participate in activities and programs that promote awareness, inclusion, and support for Special Olympics athletes. The city of Minneapolis commends the efforts of all volunteers, coaches, and athletes involved in Special Olympics for their dedication to fostering courage, confidence, and community. So seeing if any of our staff or community leaders would like to share a few words.
I can. Thank you. Well, thank you for having us. Thank you for the resolution. On behalf of the 3,500 athletes, 1,500 coaches, and almost 15,000 volunteers, our gratitude to the city of Minneapolis, the state of Minnesota, for welcoming the USA Games, which happens every 4 years, here to Minnesota and to Minneapolis. Yes. What started out as an idea just down the street 1,500 days ago, in 9 days, we will welcome these amazing athletes from across the country to come in and celebrate the success of their capabilities through the warmth of Minnesota receiving them and celebrating living unified. This is an amazing activity. We invite everyone in the community to come out, volunteer, support us, and cheer. We are going to have an amazing event in the next week in the city of Minneapolis and the city of Blaine. You're all welcome. We'd love to see you there. Thank you.
Hand this over to you, and then we will gather for a photo over here between the lines.
Finally, we will recognize Immigrant Heritage Month, World Refugee Day, and Caribbean American Heritage Month.
Then only tell me to. Okay, so I'll do the up here to right here. You do to right there, and then Noreen does that to the end. Okay. All right, y'all. We're doing the last one. We're honoring Immigrant Heritage Month, World Refugee Day, and Caribbean American Heritage Month. Woo! Whereas we recognize Minnesota Mokoche, Minnesota, as the ancestral homeland of the Dakota and Ojibwe Native nations, and honor the indigenous community who have stewarded this land since the beginning. And whereas immigrants, refugees, and Caribbean American communities are an essential part of Minneapolis' social, cultural, economic, and civic life, bringing vision, talent, entrepreneurship, resilience, and care to every corner of the city. And whereas from neighborhood small businesses and restaurants to hospitals, schools, and construction sites, arts organizations, transit systems, and places of worship, immigrant and refugee communities help power and sustain Minneapolis every day. And whereas the city recognizes that diversity is not a challenge to overcome, but one of Minneapolis' greatest strengths, creating a richer, more vibrant, more innovative, and more connected community.
And where Caribbean American residents carry forward histories of liberation, creativity, and cultural influence that continue to shape Minneapolis through music, food, storytelling, activism, entrepreneurship, and community leadership. And whereas World Refugee Day recognizes the courage, dignity, and preference of people forced to flee war, violence, persecution, climate disaster, instability, and honors the journey of those who rebuild their lives, communities with hope and determination. And whereas Immigrant Heritage Month is an opportunity to celebrate the stories, sacrifice, and dreams of immigrants whose pursuit of safety and opportunity and belonging reflects the endurance promise of more just and inclusive society. And whereas at a time where immigrant and refugee communities are facing heightened fear, harmful rhetoric, family separation, over-policing, and threats of their dignity and sense of belonging, the city of Minneapolis affirms that every resident deserves safety, respect, and freedom to live without intimidation or discrimination.
Whereas Minneapolis rejects xenophobia, racism, anti-blackness, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and all forms of hate that seek to divide communities or diminish the humanity of immigrants and refugees. And whereas the city recognizes that welcoming immigrants and refugees strengthens neighborhoods, grows local businesses, expands cultural vitality, supports economic prosperity, and builds a more connected and resilient Minneapolis for future generations. And whereas Minneapolis remains committed to ensuring meaningful language access, equitable access to city services, and opportunities for all residents to participate fully in civic and community life, regardless of immigration status or country of origin. Whereas the city celebrates the youth, elders, families, and community leaders who continue to preserve cultural traditions, advocate for justice, and create spaces of belonging and mutual care across Minneapolis. And whereas the city acknowledges the leadership of immigrant and refugee-led organizations, cultural groups, and grassroots advocates who work every single day to protect human dignity, support new arrivals, and strengthen community trust and our solidarity. And whereas Minneapolis believes that a welcoming city is one where all people, regardless of where they were born, are valued not only for what they contribute, but for their inherent humanity and the right to belong. That's right. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the mayor and the city council do hereby recognize the month of June as Immigrant Heritage Month and Caribbean American Heritage Month, as well as June 20th as World Refugee Day.
I also want to thank our employee resource group, NTR, OIRA, for all their work, especially during these very tough times for our community. Staff up here have done a tremendous work in supporting our immigrant neighbors, our refugee communities, our Caribbean American community members, and just want to at least thank our incredible city staff, not only for always holding it down with these resolutions, but for doing the work meant to keep families together and keep families safe. So want to offer an opportunity for any staff member to say anything that they would like.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Zainab Meyer. I use she, her pronouns, and I am a community relations specialist with the Office of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs. We are housed in the Neighborhood and Community Relations Department. I want to thank you. I want to thank all of you for recognizing Immigrant Heritage Month and World Refugee Day, which is recognized globally on June 20th, and Caribbean American Heritage Month this year. I know we do it every year, but these resolutions send a clear message. And excuse me, sorry. Regardless of where you were born, regardless of where you are, it sends the message that you belong here in Minneapolis, and you matter, and your voices matter, or our voices matter, I should say. If you want to be connected to the Office of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs, please come connect with us. You can find us at minneapolismn.gov/OIRA. I was told not to say OIRA because it spells really weird, but it's OIRA. If you want to be connected to legal services, free immigration legal services, or just want to celebrate Immigrant Heritage Month this year, please connect with us. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to say a few words?
I am proud to be a refugee, immigrant, and of course a U.S. citizen, and a representative of City Minneapolis and Ward 6. I'm also really want to give a shout out to NCR, our Immigrants Office, and all city departments and city employees who stood up with us, and a special shout out to all the neighbors that stood up with us on December and January when ICE invaded our city and stand with immigrants. Thank you so much, in the bottom of our heart, thank you so much, and we belong here. Thank you.
we'll get a photo here quickly.
Thank you so much. Yes,
Thank you, everyone. At this time, I'm going to call this regular meeting of the City Council for June 11th to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Vita.
Present.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Present.
Councilmember Chavez.
Present.
Councilmember Warren.
Present.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Present.
Councilmember Wansley.
Present.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Present.
Councilmember Whiting.
Present.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Present.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Present.
Councilmember Rainville.
Present.
Vice President Osmond.
Present.
President Payne.
Present.
There are 13 members present.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Before we begin the meeting, let me remind all members and staff that this meeting is broadcast to enable greater public participation. The broadcast includes real-time captioning as a means to increase the accessibility of our proceedings to the community. Therefore, all speakers need to be mindful of the rate of their speech so that the captioners can fully capture and transcribe all comments for the broadcast. We ask all speakers to moderate the speed and clarity of their comments. With that, the agenda for today's meeting is before us. Before I ask for amendments, a note for my colleagues in the public that we have a meeting of the Minneapolis Community Development Agency, or MCDA, today, also noticed for 9:30 a.m. The MCDA, as it is comprised of the same 13 members of the City Council, will conduct its business immediately prior to the item slated for closed session on today's agenda. With that, I'll move approval of the Council's agenda. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Councilmember Chugtai.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to move an amendment to the agenda to include under the order of new business as new business item number 7, a amendment to the 2026 general appropriation resolution related to the Uptown Art Fair and the Meet Minneapolis contract. I'll ask for a second.
Councilmember Chugtai has moved to amend the agenda, and that's been seconded. I'll recognize Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I have 3 different items. The first one is I'd like to amend the agenda to include under order of new business a grant application to the Federal Emergency Management Agency. I have another one regarding to the condemning the ICE funding in Congress, and then another one related to 38th Street Thrive Plan. And I would motion to add those under new business altogether.
Councilmember Chavez has moved to amend the agenda, adding 3 items. Is there a second?
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Palmisano.
Mr. President, I'd like to just address walk-on items at full council in general. While all 5 of these items that I didn't see until 6 p.m. last night have merit, only one of them, the SAFER grant, I see as truly time sensitive. There is no reason the others couldn't wait and be put through a normal committee process. At our strategic planning sessions, we agreed to norms and practices that allow us to follow known and predictable processes. At the beginning of each meeting, we talk about enabling public participation better. I'm not here to hold all these items up, and I will certainly agree to add them to the agenda here today, but I think we need to start the conversation about how we codify our strategic conduct agreements. I'll remind my colleagues that in California, there's an open meeting law called the Brown Act that requires agendas of public bodies like ours to be published 72 hours in advance. And absent an emergency, there are no additional items allowed. Now, I don't think that's necessary, but in the past, former council presidents made it clear what critical means and what a walk-on at full city council means, that there's a certain level of risk if we don't walk something on and get that business finalized. I think we should work on something that suits us here in 2026. This level of walk-on items mean that standards and deadlines and frankly, committee meetings are simply optional. It means the public can't rely on publicly posted agendas. President Payne, I'd like to work with you on this in the future.
Happy to work with you on that. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I'd just like to add context into what these items are, just so the public knows. The Trump administration and the House Republicans and Senate majority, led by Republicans in Congress, just passed a nearly $70 billion funding bill for ICE and Border Patrol. That was just finalized a couple days ago. And one of the resolutions I'm saying is that this body does not support that action. I don't want to wait till next week for this body to say collectively united that we oppose ICE and this funding that is going to impact our undocumented neighbors across the city. So that's context for one of them. The other one, we heard many neighbors come testify when it came to the assessments for George Floyd Square and the project. The legislative directive that I'm bringing forward as a walk-on is asking for an update on the plan for the 38th Street Thrive Plan and an update on the budget amendment that we authorized and adopted unanimously as a city council in December. So we're trying to be responsive to the concerns that community members are advocating for, which is what is the plan for 38th Street Thrive? What are we doing with the funding that we allocated in December? And then the last walk-on item is a walk-on for the fire department that reached out to my office, and that if I wouldn't have been able to alert them that if this wasn't passed today, it likely would mean that they wouldn't be able to apply to a grant application. So that is very much important. So I understand the need for protocols and rules and stuff, but I think context matters. And in this context, ICE literally is getting a $70 billion check for from our country to impact our undocumented neighbors. Community members came here and told us, what are we doing about the 38th Street Thrive Plan? We have nothing to show for it. I'm asking for a plan and an update. And our staff from the fire department is asking us to allow them to apply to this grant application. So I just want to give context of what these items are. And I'm not the only one doing this today. There's many others.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. I just wanted to note the procedural angle and also highlight the fact that we're making a problem out of nothing, actually, in this case. Walk-ons is allowable in our legislative process. I don't know where it's been stated that it's not. It is, of course, preferred that we move work through our respective committees, but what I will name, and maybe this is a moment of reflection for those who don't relate to the committees as much or push work through their respective committees as much, but I will name every single council member who are bringing walk-ons also have moved substantial work through committees that we are taking up today and are continuously producing policies, budget appropriations, all in response to the urgent needs of their respective constituents, and that includes myself. So I am proud of the fact that we have council members who can do both and. They can both move work and move presentations and create spaces for community within their respective committees, and also say, hey, we're hearing things in between that. Let's bring that to the forefront of the full council and have that be part of our agenda. Also procedurally, every single council member, in order for us to even do a walk-on, has to work with our city attorneys, the city clerk, so it is verified, and it will be added to the agenda afterwards. So again, I think this is one where we're creating issues out of nothing. And I want to say thank you to our colleagues who constantly do hold a high standard of being some of the most productive council members on this body, and that is why you see walk-ons, and that's also why you see robust committee agendas that's filled with legislative directives, budget appropriations, and those are indicators that you have council members who are actually working for you.
Seeing no one else left in queue, I will ask the clerk to call the roll. Well, actually, is there a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Vice President Osmond.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and the agenda is adopted as amended. The next item is acceptance of the minutes from our regular meeting of May 21st. May I have a motion to accept those minutes?
So moved.
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Vice President Osmond.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and the minutes have been accepted. Finally, we have the referral of petitions, communications, and reports to proper committees. May I have that motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Vice President Osmond.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and those matters have been referred. The next order of business is the presentation of reports from our standing committees. Those are taken in alphabetical order, beginning with the report of our Budget Committee, which is given by the committee's chair, Councilmember Chugtai.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Budget Committee is bringing forward 2 items for approval today. Item number 1 approves a staff direction to the Legislative Research and Oversight Division of the Legislative Department to research a potential payment in lieu of taxes or pilot program. And item number 2 accepts a donation from Strive Together for Interim Deputy City Operations Officer Katie Topinka to attend the Strive Together 2026 Policy Summit and City Accelerator cohort meetings. I'll move approval of these items.
Councilmember Chugtai has moved approval of the committee report. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, President Payne. I just wanted to highlight something about the gift acceptance that I think is like a good practice as we're trying to stay within the guidelines of our financial policy about gift acceptances coming ahead. Was able to have conversations with staff about the travel for Director Topinka, and we were able to move it to a budget committee ahead of the date of the travel, so we could at least have a form of consent from this body ahead of travel. And I think that was a way for us to address something very nimbly and just take opportunities in committee. And I think that should be rare, but it is a way for us to further work together on addressing gift acceptances, especially if they're coming close to deadline. There's plenty committee opportunities, and I think that's something as leadership you should also consider in terms of making sure we feel organized about that moving forward. So just wanted to express some gratitude for that, since we've been talking about gift acceptance and financial policy the last couple meetings.
Seeing no one else left in queue, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the budget report.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Vice President Osmond.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and the report is adopted. The next report is from our Business, Housing, and Zoning Committee, given by that committee's chair, Vice President Osmond.
Thank you, President Payne. Biz Committee is bringing forward 18 items today. Item 1 approves expansion of premises for Mestizo. Item 2 approves a liquor license for Blissbury Club. Item 3 is an extended hours of operation application for tobacco, University Tobacco. This was sent forward without recommendation. Item 4 and 5 were license ratification for the same business, University Tobacco. I'll move to delete these items from agenda due to their clearance letters coming from earlier this week. Item 6 approves the Sidewalk Cafe license for Yellowbird Cafe Bar. Item 7 authorizes the land sale for 34 houses of a part of the Minneapolis Homes of Finance program. Item 8 approves 7 liquor license. Item 9 approves 24 liquor license renewals. Item 10 authorizes an amendment to the Stable Homes, Stable Schools contract. Item 11 authorizes a contract amendment for the Art Fund Initiative. Item 12 approves affordable housing finance for Northview project. Item 13 authorizes a program changes for the home improvement program. Item 14 authorizes a Great Street Gap loan to Mercado Central. Item 15 approves 11 appointments to the Minneapolis Advisory Committee on Housing. Item 16 approves amendment to our conduit bond policy. Item 17 denies exclusive development rights to Minnesota Agave movement. And lastly, item 18 approves a legislative direct related to the Heritage Park. With that, I'll move to delete item 4 and 5 and move to deny item 17 and move approval for all other items. Thank you.
Vice President Osmond has moved approval of the committee's report, including the deletion of items 4 and 5 and the denial of item number 17. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I would like to pull item number 18 for the legislative directive as it pertains to Heritage Park to report to Committee of the Whole no later than the July 27th, I'm sorry.
We have that printout here. I think we can take it up with consent if there's no objection by the body. Seeing no objection, let's take up item number 18 with the amendments that were provided. Is there any discussion on the remainder of this report? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the approval of the report, including the deletion of item 4 and 5, the denial of item number 17, and the amendment for item 18. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley is absent. Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye on all items, no on 17.
Vice President Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley, we're voting on the Business, Housing, and Zoning Committee. 4 and 5 are to be deleted. 17 is to deny, and there's an amendment to number 18.
Councilmember Vita.
Councilmember Vita?
Thank you. I'm having a problem with the screen. I didn't think 17. Is 17 the agape?
Yeah, do you want
Correct.
to pull that?
Okay, so
You want to pull out?
Yeah, we should pull
can we pull that out for
We can pull that
discussion,
out for a
please?
separate vote.
Okay.
Once again, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on the approval of the committee report with the deletion of item 4 and 5, the amendment of item 18, and pulling out 17 for a separate vote. And discussion. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Vice President Osmond.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries. Next, we will take up item number 17, and I will check the queue for any discussion. Councilmember Stevenson.
Thank you. Sorry, give me a second. Yep. This process has been so extremely painful for everyone involved. There was little to no transparency on major decisions and steps. Community input is touted and derided. Positions are fought in the media and overflowing in community meetings. The city of Minneapolis started all of this with the murder of George Floyd and then was tasked with facilitating the process of reimagining, rebuilding, and trying to heal the community. That recipe for disaster has yielded so much ongoing pain, delay, and trust breakdown. Community members, elected officials, George Floyd's family, and movements have been pitted against each other and between each other. This vote to deny the recommendation is painful as well, but it is also the right thing to do. This is not the right plan or timeline for the People's Way. Community input was clear. This was not the path forward, and if we're going to take the time to get community feedback, we should follow it, just like we did with the street reconstruction. Not including George Floyd's family is not the right path. CM Chavez, Councilmember Chavez, and I have reached out to the mayor to sit down and talk about a way that we can move forward on this on the same page. Council members have reached out and offered their assistance in breaking the impasse in helping our community move together. Thank you. So I'm asking my colleagues to vote yes to deny this recommendation. Then I'm asking for folks in City Hall and in the community to put our battles aside and work together, not against each other. George Floyd Square, the People's Way, and the 38th Corridor are crucial to our city's story and our future. We can figure this out together. Council members, community members, George Floyd's family, and partners. Thank you.
I'll recognize Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Vice President Osman. Colleagues, I want to begin by reminding us that George Floyd Square is a sacred space and that the community built the People's Way through years of grief, organizing, and hope for a better future. The process into the selection of development rights must be transparent, and it needs to have community buy-in in order to be successful. Our community was previously promised that the selection of the developer would be made in May 2025 for the People's Way at George Floyd Square. Unfortunately, you have heard many frustrations from community members across different beliefs here that did not happen and that it is frustrating. Much of the feedback that my office has received since a decision was made has been frustration and distrust in the process. In April 2025, the City of Minneapolis received access to the results of a City Commission survey to understand stakeholder opinions on the redevelopment of the People's Way. The survey results showed us that the path being ushered today and this vote today is not in alignment with the community, and it also was not presented to us until a year later. That being said, I think it is important that we figure this out. Councilmember Stevenson and I are urging our colleagues to oppose this proposal, but are being very clear that we want to figure this out sooner rather than later. We reached out to Mayor Fry this week, asked for a meeting, and we all agreed to discuss the next steps. And my hope is that we can do this united together as we figure that out. So we hope that you all will join us here in Ward 8 and Ward 9 voting this down and have confidence in us trying to figure this out.
All right. Next, I'll recognize Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, Vice President Osman. So when the city purchased this site, it made a public commitment to the community that they would participate in reparative justice and honor the vision of this site being transformed into both a permanent memorial and into a hub for racial healing. And that was a promise that the city made, that if the community engaged with the city in a genuine way, the city would not just listen, but would take the lead of the community. Yet the city absolutely fumbled this process from start to finish. And I have spent my entire time on city council doing thorough oversight over the Fry administration's procurement processes, but I have never seen a contract mishandled in the unique way that this one was. The process has, as a result of this mishandling, has been discredited, and there's no justifiable reasons to explain the many discrepancies that have taken place. The selection process for the People's Way, as Councilmember Chavez noted, was actually supposed to wrap up and be completed last May, but the Fry administration went ghost and there was no decision made. And this prompted an outpour of outreach from community members to city council members about why the city had delayed announcing a developer and that they also had never seen such a thing happen with other contracts. And the Fry administration didn't provide reasoning to council members. So we had no answers to give to community. And there was a complete shutdown of information to the council, to the community, and to the applicants who spent time and their resources actually engaging in what was supposed to be a very authentic and serious process about how we transform the People's Way into a racial healing hub. And I'm also, I would note, I'm unaware of any other city RFP having a 1-year delay of announcing a selection as we saw be played out in this case. So now, despite the promises for this to be a restorative and reparative process, we are now in a situation where the administration decided to ignore the community. And city council members are being asked if this selection was due to political patronage, because there is no other plausible reason for why this proposal would be granted. And the city staff has even publicly acknowledged that they also don't believe the plan that was brought forward by the chosen vendor, Agape, they don't believe their development plan was feasible. The community surveyed also conveyed a preference for another developer, and with all these acknowledgments made, I don't understand how this recommendation got before us today. And I want to recognize that there was significant harm done by the administration in these actions, because it fosters further lack of credibility and trust between the city and the community. And this is also why I did not want to see the city be the final decision maker in this election, because we do not have a good track record of delivering on promises to community members when it comes to the handling of site selections, especially when there's issues around racial harm at hand. And the proposal before us today essentially is reflective of those broader problems within the city. And the proposal in itself also has been found to not be both fiscally and legally viable, in addition to not being in alignment with the community's vision or the city's vision for this site. I want to name that I've brought my concerns about the many inadequacies that we've seen be played out in the procurement process around this contract. I've brought those concerns to the city auditor, and I look forward to advancing next steps, because this should not happen again. And this should not have happened in the first place. But in the meantime, community members have already suggested pathways forward. I know I'm committed to working with my colleagues to doing everything that we can to honor the commitments that have been made. And I do urge, as my colleagues who represent George Floyd Square have acknowledged, I do hope the Frye administration takes this as an opportunity to listen and propose actions that do reflect what residents have been demanding and organizing, and has actually worked collaboratively with the city to accomplish for years. That's it.
Councilmember Vita.
Thank you, President Payne. You know, I've never really said much about what's happening at George Floyd Square, because it's not my ward, and I really do respect that the leaders who were elected to serve that area have been vocal, have been engaging us. And thank you, Councilmember Chavez and Stevenson, for this last week, just having conversations with me about the future of George Floyd Square and how you want to work collectively to do something. I will say that I'm very disappointed in where we are today on this particular building. I have really hoped that as a city, as an area, I go to George Floyd Square, and it's a place of acceptance, it's a place of love, it's a place of unity. And I was really hoping that this project would have reflected that. Love, unity, and acceptance. And there are groups that have done phenomenal work in that area for 6 years to make sure that when you walk there, that's what you feel, that's what you see. And I thought this project could be that. I thought this would be an amazing thing for us to come together on, not only as a city, but the women, the people who are there protecting and preserving the legacy of the violence that's happened there, and the impact. And You know, I wholeheartedly support Agape because I know that they are one of many who could do that. There are so many brilliant folks over there who are hurting, who have a vision. And I just think sometimes when we're grieving and when things are always heightened, and the city plays a role in that, this stuff never comes out like in unity. We haven't done you all right. Like most of you are here today because you're stressed about an assessment, and that's not okay. There's so many things that have been prolonged and politicized, and this is the one thing we can't let that happen as a community. This is in honor of a man who lost his life. If you ever talk to me, you ask anyone, I've always said, I think that this space should be the Daniela Frazier Youth Community Center with a community garden on the rooftop to teach kids how to garden. As a gardener, I would love to show kids how to grow dahlias or some of my favorite flowers. You know, we need a community room there. I have a vision, but you all do too. What I want out of this is for us to truly come together. This is how you show people how to get things done. This is the one project that we can all work together in love and collaboration and really build something amazing on this corridor that reflects all of us, that reflects what our city has been through and the future of our city. This is it. And we have to stop fighting about it. We have to stop politicizing it. We have to come together and say, we're gonna show the world. When they come to this area, we're gonna show the world that something terrible happened, but look what we built out of it. And I know we can do it. I believe in every single person that's ever stepped foot in that area, every single person that has spent time building what is there now. I think about the celebrations you all just had in the last couple of weeks. We need a place where we can have a celebration whenever we decide to. It doesn't have to be in memory of the day, that tragedy. We need to just say, Friday, we're celebrating on the corner of 38th and Chicago. And we need a space that is safe, that is welcoming, that is loving, that brings and showcases this community together. So I've committed to working on this. I've committed to making sure that every single person over there is heard. We don't always get everything we want, but I think we can do this. I really believe in the community. I believe in the strength of us. I believe that we can get it funded. I believe that we're all gonna celebrate. There's gonna be a huge ribbon cutting ceremony. There's gonna be, it'll be the place. As a Northsider, I want it to be the place that I wanna go to. And I know we can do it. We're gonna do it. So the only reason why I'm speaking here today is because I want you all to know that this is something that we're working on. We will never, ever, ever forget what happened to George Floyd. But his memory can be elevated in this space, and I think we all owe it to him, his family, the young woman who captured the video to show us what happened. Where is she in this conversation? She's a young woman in our community, and I would love for us to sit down with her and ask her, what is her legacy? She gave something to us. What are we giving back to her as a community? This is about us collectively, and I want this to be a celebration for our community because we deserve it. Everything we've been through, we deserve something spectacular that will help us to never forget what happened to us and this is what showcased us in the worst way possible, but we showed the world how we come together in support of each other, and I want this to ultimately be that. So I am deeply committed to making sure that everything I said today and everything you are saying to me happens, and I just want you all to know that we can do it, and I hope starting today we build on that and we make this spectacular.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Vita, for really casting a vision of where we can head together in unity. And my simple point that I want to bring forward at this point in time is that, you know, we all have responsibility for moving this forward together. And that means that we need to be able to represent and lean into the representation of Wards 8 and Wards 9 and see what they have a vision for, but at the same time, really want to encourage my colleagues that this is the time to lead. This is the time to get your team, if we make this motion to deny, this is the time to move forward immediately. We cannot have any further delay. We cannot continue to wonder what's going to happen. If this is not the right step from those that are frontline elected representation, from your point of view, then we've got to really move forward. And that's my commitment to the community, that we can continue to move this forward in a timely fashion and not continue to have delays. But thank you for everyone who has worked on this, for all the community members, and I look forward to being able to celebrate sometime together in this space.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Importantly, I just want to reiterate what was already said by those that represent this immediate area, because it deserves reiteration. You reached out to work together on how to still move this forward, not to stall it for another year, but how to move it forward, albeit in a different way than the motion that was brought forward today. The city purchased this property in 2023. Sometimes I needed to be reminded of that because it really wasn't that long ago. It has taken us 3 years to get to this point, and I understand there are competing visions and choices that at some point had to be made, and I do appreciate the mayor and city staff for making a choice. I would like to see development that will bring economic investment and opportunity to this community, and hopefully even some affordable housing. But my fear about denying this item this past couple weeks would be to be starting over again. But I had some very good conversation with Councilmember Stevenson about that yesterday. I'll be voting in accordance with that conversation. I wonder if there is a way to salvage this and move forward in short order. I'd like to know, after you have those conversations, what we should do differently, how we should open up proposals. I think we need ideas of others with experience in development. This is a valuable site for the community, and I want us to utilize it to its fullest capacity.
Councilmember Whiting.
Thank you, President Payne, and thank you to my colleagues. I think rightly and have correctly noted, this is a moment particularly for collaboration and unity on this specific spot. I think all of us in the city of Minneapolis understand what this site means to many of us. I know many of us got into public service because of the murder of George Floyd. Particularly, I want to kind of talk about the logistics of what this does. I think there is confusion around what this denial actually does and what moving forward with this, with the proposed amendment, or sorry, the recommendation would do. Right? If this proposal as recommended move forward, Agape would have 2 years and then up to an extra year to kind of develop out a site. Attached to that, just looking at kind of our term sheets, this is not an unsophisticated development. This requires a lot of environmental remediation, along with kind of the permitting process that can take years to kind of build out a development of that. And so when we talk about these things, we also have to understand we don't want to set up community, set up our version of development, the city's version, this community's version of development to be, to kind of not meet what this actually should be. And so I think when we speak about this and seeing this as you know, it sounds like this will probably move forward with a denial, making sure that in conversation with Councilmember Stevenson and Councilmember Chavez, along with the mayor, we figure out how best to set this up for success. I think every single one of us in this room, on this dais, wants to see this move forward in a way that is successful, like Councilmember Vita said, that meets the moment and is spectacular in that. And so I think we also have to come to an understanding that this is a process and a logistics that is deeper than just, hey, let's figure this out, right? This is required a level of understanding and experience that will meet this development, because this is a site that has a lot of requirements around it as well. And so I know I am looking forward to hearing about those conversations, and I know this body is as well. So thank you.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, President Payne. I'll keep my remarks brief. I spoke to this in the Climate and Infrastructure Committee, and I'm seeing several of the community members that were there at that meeting here again. Thank you for coming to City Hall. I know it is really out of the way, and it's been a tough week over at the square. So I just appreciate you coming back down here. And again, like, I hope we can come together in a moment of something positive and something bright, rather than having to continue to mull through conflict and community feeling unheard. Like I said, in climate and infrastructure, community needs to get a break. This area, the Black community, the Indigenous community, everyone that's in 38th in Chicago need to get a break, and the city of Minneapolis absolutely has a role in providing that. Just want to take a second to thank Councilmember Chavez and Councilmember Stevenson. They really have been up here talking to each and every council member and trying to move us forward. A few things that I feel is really necessary is there needs to be just better communication and leaning in within the city here. Our CPED department, our Public Works department, City Council, Mayor's office, and I think there is a friction there that community is ultimately feeling. So that needs to be number one. There needs to be a way for us to streamline a way to do this positively, and that's the work that's on us. And the other thing that I hear is that community needs to be a part of deciding the process in terms of selecting the organizations. However, this will go for the people's way. There needs to be more collaboration. And the other thing, and where my support for denying this application today comes from, is the survey results were very clear. This does not have Democratic support from the neighborhood, and it's the people's way after all. And there isn't clear consensus. And I think that's something many of us can agree, and that's what we're seeing. And we need to do this right. This has to have the trust of the community, because the city of Minneapolis cannot supplement that trust. The city of Minneapolis has been a part of breaking that trust. And lastly, one thing we can do, and one thing I'm hoping we will do today, is looking at that special assessment. We're going to talk about that in our next committee report, but also bringing investment into 38th in Chicago. It's been a very, very long time. It's time for the city to put their money where their mouth is and make it happen, and do it in partnership with the community.
Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I just have a question of clarification. So as we are voting at this time, if we are looking to vote yes or no, I mean, it's going to start this process all over again on behalf of what's happening? Can someone provide me with some context of what exactly is, because I'm confused right at this particular moment, and I just need some clarity.
So voting yes on the denial would end this process, and then we could do the same process over. We could do an entirely new process. We could do something else. So a vote yes is to end this current process. A vote no is to continue this current process. That's the decision we have before us.
Okay, thank you for the clarification on that. And can I just ask one more small question? So then how long will the process be after this? Is this going to be, do we know what the response time will look like when, because if we acquired the land in 2023, we're approaching 27. So
I'm inviting Director Hansen up to speak to that.
Thank you kindly, Council President.
Council President, members of the City Council, my name is Eric Hansen. I am the Director of Community Planning and Economic Development. And to answer your question, Councilmember Warren, yes, if the body decides to vote to deny it, it would end that RFQ process, the request for qualifications process. We have talked to council members Chavez and Stevenson about a meeting with the mayor next week where we would plot out another path forward. If that is the will of the body, I'm going to let you guys vote and then we'll get to the mayor. But if we're having that meeting, we'll be setting out the process for what to do with it. So we're going into that, potentially if we have that conversation, we're going to that with an open mind about what will be the most prudent way to move it forward. There is time involved in the development process. As I think I've heard Councilmember Whiting, this is just, as all development processes are, there is a complicating factors in taking a vacant property and moving it into some other use. There are a lot of technical steps that they have to take. Those are all, the conventional ones are in the term sheet that you see in the RCA for this project. Those steps would still have to, we'd still have to take those steps. And if there's interest in, we know that there's some interest in the community for a more community robust participation in the process, that would take some time as well. So as far as the exact moment of time of how long it would take to come back to the council, it's uncertain at this moment.
Thank you for that, Director Hansen.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne, and thanks for that question, Councilmember Warren. I think the other part is that Councilmember Stevenson and I have committed to meeting with the mayor, and so once that meeting happens, we're more than happy to update members of this body who wish to be updated on how those conversations go, so we can get a better picture of what that could look like. So it's hard to give a specific timeline when we are going to have that meeting next week.
Seeing no one else in queue on the motion to deny item number 17, the clerk will call the roll. There's no audience participation here. On the motion to delete item number 17, the clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Vita.
No.
Deny.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Abstention.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Nay.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 10 ayes, 2 nays, and 1 abstention.
That motion carries, and that completes the biz report. The next report is from our Climate and Infrastructure Committee, which will be presented by that committee's chair, Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. The Climate and Infrastructure Committee has 17 items to bring forward. The first is the Loring Park resurfacing project approval and assessment. Number 2 is the 38th Street and Chicago Avenue Street reconstruction project approval, assessment, and areaway abandonment. I will be moving this separately. Number 3 is a grant application for the 2026 Metropolitan Council Regional solicitation for federal transportation funds, and active transportation solicitation for regional sales and use of tax funds. Number 4 is agreement with the Minnesota Department of Transportation for Whittier Safe to Routes to School Phase 2 project. 5 is a bid for Nicollet Ave planting and maintenance. 6 is a bid for rental of heavy equipment with operators. 7 is a bid for rental of heavy equipment without operator. 8 is a bid for 2026 cleaning and lining restoration only project. Number 9 is a bid for the 3rd Street North Sanitary Sewer Reconstruction project. 10 is a contract amendment with Menger Construction Companies, Inc. for the Boston Terrace Sanitary and Storm Sewer Improvements project. 11 is a contract amendment with Morcon Construction, Inc. for the Federal Courthouse Parking Ramp Security Improvements project. 12 is contract amendment with Short Elliott Hendrickson, Inc. for engineering and design services for the 2nd Street North Bikeway project. 13 is a contract amendment with PCI Roads LLC for the Golden Valley Butterfly Valve installation project. 14 is Big Honking Truck Parade event permit, June 18, 2026. 15 is 612 Days Block event permit, June 12, 2026. 16 is a lease amendment with the Minnesota Department of Transportation for space at 516 2nd Avenue North, Ramp B. 17 is a grant and gift acceptance for the Railroad Crossing Elimination Grant for Camden Railroad Grade Separation Project Study. I will move approval of this report with the exception of item number 2 for a separate discussion and vote.
Councilmember Wansley has moved approval of the committee report minus item number 2. Is there any discussion on the remainder of the report? I see Councilmember Stevenson in queue. Is that for item 2?
I had a question. For item number 2, I want to break 1, 2, and 3 into 1 and 2 separately and 3 on its own, and I'm not sure if I do that now or later.
We'll do that when we get to the item. Yep.
Thank you.
Any discussion on the remainder of the report? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the CNI report minus item number 2.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
Those items carry. Next, we will take up item number 2, and I'll just restate. Councilmember Stevenson, you were wanting to take up items, sub-item 2.1 and 2.2 together, and then item 3 as a separate vote?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any discussion on items 2.1 and 2.2? Councilmember Stevenson.
Items 2.1 and 2.2, I just want to correct for people in the audience and the council, this has been very confusing, so I just wanted to lay out. 2.1 and 2.2 are the portions that would levy the special assessment against the property owners. 2.3 is unrelated, and it's something that Public Works needs in order to continue with construction, aside from the special assessment. So with that being said, I will be voting against 2.1 and 2.2, and I will be voting for 2.3. But right now we're taking up 2.1 and 2.2. A special assessment in the reconstruction of the streets of George Floyd Square is not right. This is a reconstruction project that is not like, sorry, not like any other that has come before it, and it is not like any other that will come after it. This is a unique situation, and we should not be levying the property owners and the businesses and the homeowners with this special assessment, given that the murder of George Floyd happened here. This project has been billed for so long as something that the city was doing for the community, and you can't do something for the community and then charge them for it as a way of recompense for the murder of George Floyd. And so I think there is a lot of agreement on this body, and I don't know that I need to get into that, but I just need to say that this is not like any other street reconstruction project. It is not right in this case for us to levy this special assessment against those involved, given the amount of pain and heartache that they have gone through for the last 6 years alone. And I ask my colleagues to join me in voting no on 2.1 and 2.2 and voting yes on 2.3.
Before I recognize Councilmember Chavez, I'm getting word from the clerks that probably the appropriate motion here would be to move to deny 2.1 and 2.2. Would you like to make that motion?
Yes, please.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, I'll recognize Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. Colleagues, I hope you'll join me and Councilmember Stevenson in voting to not assess the property owners for 38th and Chicago reconstruction project. This is a reasonable ask based on the unprecedented and unique situation at George Floyd Square. Our neighbors and small business owners have also united on this particular issue. In particular, I'm thankful for both Ward 8 and Ward 9 neighbors who had been reaching out, and I hope that you feel heard today on this issue.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. I just wanted to give kudos to Council Members Chavez and Stevenson for taking the time to work together and really listen to community who showed up and gave ample input at our public hearing and climate and infrastructure on this item about how absolutely what's already been echoed. Why would we charge residents to help upgrade an area that they did not help perpetuate harm against or perpetuate divestment into? So I just want to say thank you to our colleagues and also to our Public Works leadership and staff for working together and really getting to this place, but also subsequently moving forward in how we're going to cover the difference of what we're waiving today. So I just wanted to acknowledge you all's leadership in getting us to this place where I do feel like out of all the decisions we made today, this is one that is in full alignment with what our communities came and asked of us. So that's why I'll be supporting the motion and just wanted to say thank you both.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you. I agree this is a unique situation, and I'm in agreement to cover the street assessments in a different way, and I appreciate Public Works' help in getting us there. It feels like it's just the thing to do in this extraordinary situation. But I also want to make it clear for the record that this is a one-time solution. Street assessments are laid out in ordinance, and they're reflective of a direct benefit to the property. None of us wants to pay them, but our properties are improved, and I support the property owners need to pay a portion of that cost in the work. Let's not forget that assessments in general are a very small portion of cost. Our general fund, the sale of bonds and grants and et cetera, covers all of the rest.
Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you. And again, I'm in complete agreement with everyone else that this is a unique circumstance. I do want to thank Councilmember Chavez and Councilmember Sorensen for the lead on this. And I look forward, and I'm going to hold you both to working out all the other details for George Floyd Square. So thank you for volunteering, but let's go forward and be unified. Thank you.
Councilmember Stevenson.
I forgot to mention that I think it's important to mention that this remaining 4% will be paid with MSA funds, and that'll be corrected in the mayor's 2027 budget. And we worked with city staff in order to do that. So the project is moving forward. Construction is happening right now. I woke up to the sound of construction this morning. So the project is happening, and it will be paid for, and it's not cutting any services or any other projects. The money was leftover funds from MSA funds. Thank you.
Seeing no one else left in queue, there is a motion to deny items 2.1 and 2.2, that is to deny the assessment at George Floyd Square. I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Yeah.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Vice President Osmond is absent. President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That motion carries. And next we will take up item 2.3. Did you want to speak to this, Councilmember Stevenson?
Yes, please. Just to clarify, item number 3, considering a resolution ordering the abandonment and removal of areaways located in the public right-of-way in conflict with the project. City staff has told me that this refers to things underground, like old ice boxes that would be underground in the city's right-of-way. This is not referring to the fists, to the memorials, to any of the artifacts. That is not what this is referring to. The reason we're voting, or that at least I will be voting yes on this, is that this is required in order for construction to move on smoothly, and in order for these old relics to be taken out and for the city to be able to legally do that. So I will be voting yes on this because this will help construction move smoothly, and I encourage my colleagues to also do that. And again, this is not about the memorials and the artifacts.
Very helpful clarification. I'll note we've been joined by Vice President Osman, and without objection, the clerks, could you record him as an aye for items 2.1 and 2.2 denial? Okay. Seeing no one else left in queue on item 2.3, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Walmsley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainbow.
Aye.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and the report is adopted. Next, we'll have the report of our Committee of the Whole, given by that committee's chair, Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, President Payne. The Committee of the Whole is bringing forward 4 items for today's council meeting. Item 1 is a contract amendment with Exceptional Edge Consulting for MPD. Item 2 is a contract amendment with the First Response Actors for MPD. Item 3 is another contract amendment with DLG Consulting Advisory Services for MPD. And lastly, item 4 is an honorary resolution recognizing June as Gun Violence Awareness Month in the city of Minneapolis. I'll also recognize that items 1 through 3 were a part of our settlement agreement subcommittee chaired by Councilmember Whiting. Just want to shout out him for doing a good job chairing that meeting. With that, I'll go ahead and move all items for approval.
Seeing no one in queue, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Walmsley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainbow.
Aye.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and the report is adopted. Next is the report of our Enterprise and Labor Relations Committee, which will be presented by its chair, Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Mr. President. The ELR committee has 12 items to bring forward. Item number 1 is a gift acceptance from Local Progress for Councilmember Wansley. Item number 2 is the AmeriCorps program to host 5 VISTA members for the next 5 years. Item number 3 is the Hiawatha Public Works Maintenance Facility Expansion Project, reapproving project authorizations and appropriations and bond issuances. Item number 4 is a contract with Deloitte for benefits consulting and actuarial services. Item number 5 is a contract with multiple vendors to provide temporary staffing services. Item number 6 is a contract amendment with Principal Financial Group for custodial banking services. Item number 7, a contract amendment with Environmental Systems Research Institute for support and maintenance of our GIS system, our Geographic Information System. Item number 8 is a contract amendment with Shaw Lundquist for City Hall Restack Phase 3. Item number 9 is a legal settlement, a workers' compensation claim of Stephen Morris. Item number 10 is a workers' compensation claim of Tracy Turbel. Item number 11 is approval of the 2026 City of Minneapolis Open Streets events. Item number 12 is the 2026 Local Board of Appeal and Equalization report. I will move approval of this full report.
Councilmember Palmisano has moved approval of the committee's report. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson is absent. Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries and the report is adopted. Next, we have the Intergovernmental Relations Committee presented by that committee's chair, Councilmember Chowdhury.
The Intergovernmental Relations Committee is bringing forward one item for today's council meeting. This item is approving a special law for employee related to the Public Employees Retirement Association, or PARA. I will move this item forward for approval.
Second.
Councilmember Chowdhury has moved approval of the committee's report. Any discussion? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Walmsley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries and the report is adopted. Finally, we have the Public Health, Safety, and Equity Committee, which will be presented by that committee's chair, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Public Health, Safety, and Equity Committee is bringing forward 10 items. Item number 1 is an ordinance related to law enforcement agency agreements. Item number 2 deletes from the agenda the mayor's nomination of Brian O'Hara to the appointed position of police chief. Item number 3 authorizes a contract amendment with Michael L. Wilson for audit services for Neighborhood Association. Item number 4 authorizes a contract with Trajectory Changing Solutions for violence prevention services. Item number 5 authorizes contract amendments with Restoration Inc., Metro Youth Diversion, and Touch Outreach for 2026 Minneapolis Strategic Outreach Initiative Services. Item number 6 accepts the Urban Area Security Initiative grant for enhancing emergency management capabilities and authorizes an agreement with the Minnesota Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management for the grant. Item number 7 accepts the Emergency Management Performance Grant for emergencies and disasters and authorizes an agreement with the Minnesota Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management for the grant. Item number 8 accepts a Strong Foundation Professional Development Grant for evidence-based family home visitors, professional development, and authorizes an agreement with the state of Minnesota for the grant. Item number 9 approves the Eat Street Crossing Amplified Sound Permit Extension for June 12th, July 10th, August 1st, August 28th. And item number 10 authorizes a contract with Community Action Partnership of Hennepin County for direct energy assistance and administration. I'll move approval of this item, including the deletion of item number 2.
Councilmember Chavez has moved approval of the committee's report, including the deletion of item number 2. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Chugtai.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just wondering if on item number 2, the appointment of the police chief, and deleting this item from the agenda, if the city attorney might be able to speak to whether this nomination will count as one of the 3 attempts to fill the position, since it's being, we're in a unique situation with the incumbent resigning.
Madam City Attorney.
Yes, Council President, Council members. So the position is now vacant, and the nomination, once the position is vacant, that starts the clock running for the 30 days for the police chief. My recollection of the charter is that the nomination has to be made within those 30 days upon the vacancy, so I do not believe that this counts, but I can follow up maybe in writing when I go back and look at the charter more carefully.
That would be excellent. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, President Payne. I am in queue for a different item. Oh, sorry. I thought we were just speaking to item number 2. I'm seeing that this is it's the whole report deleting item number 2, right?
Yep.
Okay, so we could speak to everything on the agenda. Okay, very briefly, just want to speak to item number 1, law enforcement agency agreements ordinance. This is basically restricting law enforcement that we do joint powers agreement with the city of Minneapolis moving forward from concealing their face with the mask. I am really proud to co-author this with Councilmember Chavez and Councilmember Chugtai. We've spent a lot of time on this with our city attorneys, talking to the mayor's office, talking to the sheriffs, and I think it's really important that we as local government take a very vocal stand and have policy on the books that say, if you cover your face as law enforcement, especially with what we saw with ICE agents covering their identity and literally breaking the law and attacking our communities, it breaks down trust, and it is an absolute, especially in the city of Minneapolis, where we have seen so much harm when there isn't transparency and accountability from our law enforcement. And I think this is one very narrow and small step that we're taking forward as it comes to our future joint powers agreements. I think that there is more that we need to do. I'm glad that the state legislature took some action around banning masking. And I also want to uplift the provision that for us with joint powers agreements, even in cold weather where there might be a reason due to inclement weather to cover faces, we are requiring that the name and badge number of an officer is affixed on that mask. So there is that transparency and there is that accountability. Because we saw in real time the horrors of what that looks like and how it creates anxiety, distrust, and fear within our community when we don't have it, especially for our immigrant communities.
Madam City Attorney.
Council President, council members, just following up on the question that Council Member Chugtai raised. So the charter says if an office has been vacant for at least 90 days or 30 days in the case of the police chief and the mayor has failed to nominate a successor, or if the mayor has nominated 3 candidates that the council has rejected, then the council may, by a majority of its membership, name 3 or more candidates from whom the mayor must nominate 1. I would read that deletion of the item from the agenda is not the same as a rejection, and also we're not within that vacancy period. So.
Councilmember Chugtai, did that answer your question?
It does, Mr. President. And so then I'm wondering why we have decided to move forward with deleting this item from the agenda instead of denying the nomination, since we did receive like a dutiful nomination that went through our process, and circumstances have certainly changed. But it sounds like in order for this, it sounds like the nomination is before us until we dispose of it. And so shouldn't we move to deny it instead?
I see. I'm going to call on the clerk.
Mr. President, this is a procedural piece for us. Former Chief O'Hara resigned his position. It's in our agenda because the nomination was made, but that nomination, no action this body can take on that would be anything other than to delete from the agenda. I'll remind people, delete from the agenda so that we, the clerks, procedurally can just simply close the file and take it out of limbs. So that's why we put it in front of you, is because there's nothing to act on, because that nomination is null and void when the officer in question resigned the position. So I think that our action today on deleting is separate from the question you've asked, Councilmember, to the city attorney, which is about the nomination process and the number of nominations that are allowed to be made.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Yeah, I think maybe this is a question for the city clerk. I think for me, it feels really important to understand process and like adhere to the charter processes we have laid out as it comes to the nominations. I know we've had discussions about this, and I'm really not trying to pick fights about it, but I do want to get it right. So like, where does it say that in policy that once an officer resigns, a nomination is null and void? Is that codified somewhere?
Mr. Clerk.
Through the president, I don't know of anything that's codified that would speak to your specific question. The fact of the matter, though, regardless of policy, is that a nomination was made. The person who was nominated resigned. They're no longer even an employee. They're not in consideration. The mayor has a duty to bring a new nomination. The question that Councilmember Chugtai asked that the attorney was addressing, I think, is a separate question. The delete from the agenda is a purely procedural issue to take it off the agenda, to close the file and separate that off the agenda. Because when things come in front of us, it's in front of us to deal with. There's nothing the body can do on a nomination of Brian O'Hara to the piece of the position of chief of police. He's resigned. So I think it's not a matter of a policy, it's just procedurally. That's why I said this isn't a charter issue, it's not a city policy issue, it's cleaning up our own agenda so we don't keep an item out there. As you know, if we don't put things postponed to a certain day, if we leave things on, items will continue to come up on the agenda. So this item has no value to the council because there's nothing to act on.
Okay. Thank you. And I feel like this discussion is important, and I want to be very clear. Like, I think I'm right in having a conversation about this because we as a group and as a city, as elected leaders, have not had a single conversation together about the resignation of the chief. And I think we do need to have that because it is a very important deal. And if we're going to come together on figuring out how to appoint the next chief of police, we're going to need to have this conversation. I have also shared that with the mayor. I felt like that was a productive conversation, but this is the first place that we're having it. The other point that I want to make is that within the city charter, the council has to reject an appointment for a try to happen. So it is my understanding that, and I don't think we're going to need to have 3 tries. I hope we don't, but like on principle, like this wouldn't count as one of the tries from the mayor to nominate if we delete. That's my understanding. And I'm not making an alternative motion, but it's just we've had so many conversations about the rules. Our city attorney had to weigh in, and so I don't think it's like something that is wise to just like pass by in better understanding this charter process.
Before I call in Councilmember Warren to the clerks, should we take up the rest of the consent agenda and then take up item number 2 separately? Because it seems everyone's in queue for item 2.
Council President, if you wish to separate item 2, we certainly can.
I'm going to recommend we take up the remainder of the committee report so that we can do focused conversation on item 2. Are you in queue for something else? All right, Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I appreciate that. So I'm just wondering about item number 1, with us telling law enforcement then that they have to disclose their identity. They can't conceal their faces or anything like that. I'm confused here.
I can answer that.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thanks, Councilmember Warren. So this ordinance, a little bit of background, prohibits the city from entering into or amending a law enforcement joint powers agreement unless the agency's officers are prohibited from concealing their identities while performing activities within that particular contract. So there are different joint powers agreements that we have in the city enterprise. Officers would not be able to conceal their identities under those joint powers agreements. With a variety of different exceptions that are in the ordinance. So there's a lot of different exceptions, whether it's cold weather, medical emergencies, and a variety of other stuff where they would be able to cover their face. But this would be effective at the end of August for any of these contracts that we enter into after that date or amend after that as well. So.
And for the okay. I'm going to just leave it alone. Thank you.
Is anybody else in queue for anything other than item number 2? Vice President Osman.
I just want to make a comment on how important item 1 is. There's a lot of history and stories of what happened last 6-7 months in our city. We have seen people pretending to be law enforcement. We have seen ICE, of course, who are covering their face. People could not tell. I myself witnessed, sheriff's office, and some people thought that they were ICE because they were just, I guess, searching, doing their work in the area. And it's really, sometimes you might not see the badge on the shirt they're wearing, or might wearing special clothing, but also covering their face makes it super, super difficult. And we also have other cases that, bounty hunters that are pulling out guns and doing all kind of things to the community, acting like they are law enforcement. So it's very, easy for members and the public to know who they're dealing with. Even criminals cover their faces. So just putting it out there that this is really important. I'm glad we're having this, and I would love to be a co-author for this item.
Would the authors?
No, he said he's happy to be he isn't a co-author. He said he's happy to be a co-author.
Oh, okay. Got it. Follow. Okay. Let's take up the roll call on all items except item number 2. I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Vice President Osmond.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries and those items are adopted. Next, we will take up item number 2, and I'll recognize Councilmember Chugtai.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm really sorry to continue harping on deleting from agenda versus denying appointment. And I really appreciate the point the clerk is making that the incumbent former Chief O'Hara has resigned from his role at the city. However, we found out about this news from an email that the mayor shared with the body on the 26th of May, and he has since communicated once more with the body as it relates to the appointment of the chief of police. And so when I'm reading the email from the mayor that came to us on the 26th in the evening, right before the news of the resignation became public, at no point in this email do I read any words along the lines of the mayor withdrawing his nomination. The nomination he has made to us is before the body, and I don't see written communication formally withdrawing a nomination. And so I would ask then whether it is out of order for me to make a motion and to deny this appointment. And if it is out of order, if it can be explained to me exactly why it is.
Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, no, I don't think it's out of order. So I don't want anything I said to do that. Let me explain again, though. The procedure of deleting from the agenda was important for us because that's the same thing as if an applicant had failed to pay their bill in time, but then they paid it right before the meeting. You see this happen all the time. That issue of denying the license is no longer in front of us because action was taken outside of this body. So we simply delete it from the agenda so that it comes off of the agenda and that file is closed and limbs. Likewise, an action to deny the nomination, if that's the will of the majority of the body, also is a dispositive action. The difference would be that is an act, it is a vote, and so we'd have to package that and send it to the council. So the only difference here is a procedural delete from the agenda, it closes it dispositively today, or deny the nomination if that's the motion that comes forward and a majority votes for it, in which case it's an act, it has to be submitted to the mayor, and the mayor can go through the mayor's process provided by charter.
I appreciate that. So with that, colleagues, I will make a motion to deny the appointment of Brian O'Hara to serve as the chief of the Minneapolis Police Department and ask for a second.
Second.
The motion to deny has been moved and seconded. I will recognize Vice President Osmond.
Well, there's nothing to deny here. He's no longer with the city, and deletion is the right way to go, in my opinion, so I will not be supporting this motion. I just think that we're making it too complicated and creating more discussion to it, something that might not be there. Chief O'Hara is no longer with the city, and I think that we should just move on, delete the item, just like we did on Biz report, as the clerk gave example there. So that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Warren, you're in for a priority or raising
I
a question.
move to call the question.
That is not debatable. Is there a second?
Second.
The clerk will call the roll on the question.
Councilmember Vita.
No.
Councilmember Palmisano.
No.
Councilmember Chavez.
No.
Councilmember Warren.
No.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Everyone's tired. Everyone's tired and hungry.
Wait.
The vote is on the calling of the question before we're taking up the
call
issue.
the question.
To end debate.
Chair,
No more.
point of order. I'm sorry we're voting on this, but I thought the rule was always you had to be in queue in order to call the question. We didn't follow our rules.
Oh.
I raised a priority.
Yeah, I don't
Press
think
the
you can
purple
do
button.
that, right, clerks?
No.
Mr. Clerks.
Calling the question is not a priority motion. I'm sorry, that was put in front of us.
Yep, it goes to Councilmember Whiting.
Well, let's just continue calling the question. I won't support it so that we can make sure that we get back to discussion.
Yeah, at least.
Mr.
We can't do it.
President,
Yeah,
if it's called out of order, you can simply move on to whoever was in queue. A call the question is not a priority motion.
Okay.
So everybody understands.
I will just call on Councilmember Whiting.
Go ahead. Let's get this over.
Thank you. Thank you, President Payne. Just maybe a clarification question for the clerks. And so looks like the motion in front of us is to deny the nomination. So we have a new motion in front of us to deny the nomination, not delete. By virtue of a denial, if the will of this body is to deny, and it goes to the mayor, it's an act that the mayor can either approve or veto, or not sign. Is a veto of a denial one of the mayor's 3 picks?
Mr. President, you're going to quickly tag in the attorneys here, but as we've mentioned many times, on any act, which is a vote of this body, the mayor has 3 options. The mayor may approve that and authenticate the act by his signature. He may veto and return the act with his objections in writing, in which case it's back before the body for automatic reconsideration, or he may allow the act, he may not sign the act and return it unsigned, in which case it's considered deemed approved.
So I think, Council President, Council Member, I think your question is if there is a successful rejection of the nomination, whether it counts as one of the mayor's 3. Is that the question?
Yes, and then if it comes back to us as a veto, and it's vetoed.
So let's sort of play this out step by step by step. So if you reject the nomination, deny the nomination today, it gets presented to the mayor. The mayor has the opportunity to veto. If he vetoes and it comes back and the veto is not overridden, then just like in Commissioner Barnett's situation, it's limbo land and there's not a rejection. If, on the other hand, he either doesn't veto or he vetoes, it comes back to the body and the body overrides the veto, then it is a rejection. As I sit here today, I believe that it would count as one of the 3. I think there are sort of 2 different things that are going on in that paragraph that I read. One is talking about a vacancy triggers, like you have to start making nominations within that vacancy period. But even outside of the vacancy period, if there is a nomination and it's legally fully rejected, it would count as one of the three. Does that does that
yes,
make
and
sense?
yes. And does it, if the movement, if it goes to the mayor as a denial and it is vetoed and it doesn't achieve the 2/3 majority to be overridden, does it stay on our agenda? Does it come back similar to what is happening with Commissioner Barnett's?
Council President, Council Member, yes, it does. It would just stay on the agenda, until and unless there's an action to delete it, an action to that's actually successfully a denial, or the mayor could withdraw.
Okay. Helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Yes, I have a question for Councilmember Chugtai. Why would we want to limit the mayor's choices and deny our options for a police chief? What would be your reasoning in that?
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may, through the chair, Councilmember Schaefer, that is an excellent question. What I am concerned with is that we have a proper nomination before the body of a person who has been accused of abusing their power in manners that are incredibly egregious, and are the reason that ultimately, at least the way the mayor has shared the discussion that took place between himself and the former chief, that it is what resulted in the chief's resignation. So I'm concerned with making sure that this body is taking dispositive action, taking final deliberative action to deny the appointment of someone who has very clearly missed the mark of what it means to be a public servant, what it means to lead here in the city of Minneapolis, and what it means to have any type of responsibility in ensuring the safety of the 400,000 plus people who call Minneapolis home. So I don't have a personal gripe to pick about limiting anyone's options. I would hope actually that the next nomination for the chief of police that comes before us is one that is the product of collaboration and discussion with the council. That's all I actually really want. But I think that this body has taken previous actions, at least in my time here, that very clearly reject this type of behavior and condemn it. And so I want that reflected in such an important choice before us too.
Thank you. That's helpful in hearing that. But at the same time, I feel like we need to keep our options open. We need to be able to not limit the influence of this body on a smaller number of choices that may come before us. Thank you.
I would just know, Mr.
This is her speaking
Yep.
time. Yep. Councilmember Palmisano.
Mr. President, this is probably a question for the city attorney, and I'm not sure if you would be ready to respond, but does the outcome here hasten a process in recruiting a new nominee?
Madam City Attorney.
Council President, council members, hasten a process.
Does it speed up the number of days in which the mayor has to submit a new nominee?
No. I mean, the vacancy began, so I'm going to back up a little bit, right? So Chief O'Hara was in his holdover period, so there was no vacancy during that period of time. Once he resigned, the position became vacant, and under the charter, the vacancy period for the chief is 30 days, and within that period of time, the mayor, if he doesn't make a nomination, that would open up the opportunity for the council to nominate a slate of 3, or if within that time there are 3 rejected candidates, that would also open up the opportunity to create the council to, by majority of vote of the entire body to present a slate of 3 or more to choose from. Obviously, that's an opportunity that the council has. It's not a mandatory thing. And so if the council wants to give the mayor additional time to do a full, comprehensive, thorough search and hiring process, that's something that the body can do. Does that answer your question?
It does, but it makes it sound like the mayor has 30 days. And I think that the mayor had 30 days to appoint an interim, after which there's a longer timeline. So
No,
in
that's
30
not-
days,
that's not
are we
the case.
going to get a new nomination for a new chief then?
So again, what the charter says, once there's a vacancy, if the mayor does not successfully nominate a candidate within 30 days, that can trigger the opportunity for the council
I see.
to, by again, majority vote of all of the members, to put forward a slate of 3 or more candidates from which the mayor must choose one. So the opportunity ripens if the mayor doesn't make a successful nomination.
Mr. President, can we have one conversation at a time?
Everyone, let's focus on the city attorney.
Okay, so again, and I'm going to try to be as methodical as I can be, and maybe amend my words just a little bit. So once there's a vacancy, and there was as of the date of resignation, then the charter says if an office has been vacant for 30 days in the case of the police chief, and the mayor has failed to nominate a successor, so I was wrong, it's not a successful nomination, he has to just make the nomination of a successor. Or if the mayor has nominated 3 candidates the council has rejected, so there's sort of 2 different ways, then the council may, by a majority of its membership, name 3 or more candidates from whom the mayor must nominate one. So my interpretation of that is that during this vacancy period, this 30-day vacancy period, the mayor, if the mayor makes a nomination, it doesn't have to be doesn't have to finish, but if the mayor makes a nomination during the 30-day period, it staves off the council's opportunity to name a slate. But even if the mayor doesn't make a nomination within that 30-day period, it's always an opportunity that the council has to vote on and name a slate of 3, but the council does not have to avail itself of that opportunity. It could determine that it's it's in the best interest of the city to have a full, national search and a thorough recruitment process and give the mayor more time than the 30 days. Does that make sense?
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think that the outcome that we want here is rushing a process and recruiting a new nomination. I'll just leave it at that.
I added myself to queue to speak to the motion to deny, and that's because I think that there's the letter of the law and then there's the spirit of the law. And our charter, the spirit of it is to say that the mayor and the city council need to come together and agree. And that's why there is this provision for council consent for the mayor's nominations. What we've learned with previous nominations that were denied is that they can be placed in limbo. And then if we were to delete this, then that also doesn't count. So that would basically create a condition in which there's actually no point to having this provision in our charter for 3 attempts. If nothing that the council does counts as an attempt, then that charter provision is irrelevant, which doesn't seem to be the spirit of that charter provision. The spirit of that charter provision, to me, is that the mayor, through whatever process the mayor wants to use, and it's the mayor's prerogative on whether or not they want to pull up a contact in their Rolodex to bring forward a name or work collaboratively with city council to identify a name. Either way, it's the mayor's prerogative to bring a name forward, and then it's the council's prerogative to either accept or deny that name. And if a denial doesn't count when it gets vetoed, it almost feels like that there's no reason for this provision. And if deleting from the agenda doesn't count, then it really doesn't matter. So I want us to actually live by the spirit of this charter provision of 3 attempts by recording this as attempt number 1 through a formal denial. And I will recognize Councilmember Vita.
Thank you, President Payne. I am so confused about what is happening here, because it seems like there's like 4 different things going on with, so one would be to just deny this and move on. The other is we're making the mayor sign off on the fact that he nominated O'Hara and it didn't go through. Like that's another portion of this, like, or he has to veto a nomination for someone that's not even here anymore. Like that's the part I'm stuck at. And then the other 2 pieces are this 30-day thing. Where don't we have an opportunity to do a national search? And that could take 60 days. I mean, we don't know how long a national search could take. So like, is the action we're taking today taking that off the table, or is that still an option?
Madam City Attorney.
Council President, council members, that's still an option.
Okay. So
Yeah.
the national search can be announced. Now, the next part of this is the council selecting 3 and giving to the mayor. Where is this coming from? Like, is this, like, how does this play out?
Madam City Attorney.
Okay, so again, the way the charter, this is probably one of the more confusing pieces of the charter, I'll tell you. But the way that the charter works is, once there's a vacancy, for the police chief, during a 30-day period, if the mayor doesn't make a nomination, or if the mayor has already had 3 nominees rejected, like legally and completely rejected during that 30-day time period, it triggers, again, an opportunity for the city council, by a majority vote of all the members, to decide, hey, we're going to put forward 3 or more candidates from which the mayor has to choose.
Got it. Okay, colleagues, I really hope that we can just go back to the process that the community is familiar with and we're familiar with. And I'm hoping we can all work together and work with the mayor on this. I totally understand the frustration around finding out who's nominated in the news and not having conversations before that happens. So I'm really hoping that all of us are going to work together. I know that the mayor has asked myself and Councilmember Osman to sit on the committee to help recruit a new police chief and to be a part of that process. We've both agreed to do that. I think all my colleagues know previously, when I was a part of that, not only did I engage every single one of my colleagues, but the community in the best way I could. I had listening sessions throughout the city of Minneapolis to hear from community. So I hope that we can go to the process where community understands what's going on, community has time to understand what's going on, and to me, that is doing a search. I don't know that it has to be a national search, but having a process where there's a committee of folks who are reviewing what the city wants in the next chief, and the mayor is working with us to nominate the right candidate. And that there's a process where we get to interview this person who is nominated. I'm certainly hoping that we don't have to get to 3 failed nominations before we have a decision. So I really do hope we can stick to the process that we're familiar with and make community a big part of this, as they had been in the previous nomination of a police chief.
Councilmember Whiting.
Thank you, President Payne. Just another question probably for the clerks and our city attorney here. Within the process throughout, from today onward, is the mayor able to withdraw an official nomination? Okay. At any point?
I suppose my shaking my head doesn't count. Council President, council members, yes, the mayor can withdraw the nomination. Yes.
Yep, at any point before he takes a dispositive action. Or is it before we do or before? So if we pass today a denial, is the mayor able to withdraw the nomination before he has to act on a dispositive motion or act of what we just did?
Madam City Attorney.
I'm going to,
yeah,
maybe with the attorney's approval and your acceptance, Mr. President, if this body acts, that's an action of this body.
Mm-hmm.
The mayor can't then act in the between to countervene what the body has done. The mayor's duty under the charter is to react to what this body has done. So it would be incumbent upon the clerk, as the charter provides, to produce an act that reflects what the majority of this body did and transmit that to the mayor. The mayor then has to react to that action. So it wouldn't be that we would vote today and then the mayor could, in between, withdraw that.
Council President, council members, I mean, I think theoretically he could withdraw it, but that doesn't change the fact that he still has an act before him that he either has to veto or sign or not sign.
He still has to react.
He still has to react in some way, and I can't right here give you a legal opinion about what effect his withdrawing would have. I mean, that's a level of complication that there's no way I'm going to try to opine as I sit here.
Thank you. Yep, appreciate it.
Councilmember Palmisano.
This feels to me like an action to shove someone out the door who's already left the building, and to see if the mayor will join in on it. I want a process for our next chief that
Point
includes
of order,
the city
ascribing motive.
council as it has in the
Decorum.
past.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Noted.
I didn't ascribe motive.
Councilmember Palmisano, you can continue.
I want a process that includes the city council as it has in the past. Let's not try to sling motions back and forth. I will substitute and move to postpone this action because it does seem like the mayor intended to withdraw it then.
There's a proper motion on the floor. We have to dispose of that first. Councilmember Schaefer.
I'm sorry. I will second that motion.
I'm
sorry.
It's not a proper motion at the moment.
Okay.
We
All
can
right,
take that
thank you.
motion up after we dispose of this motion.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for the legal team as well. I'm just going to spit back what I think I'm understanding, and you tell me where it's faulty or on track. Number one is, the former chief resigned on May 26th, so the mayor has until June 26th to put forward another nominee, because that's 30 days or approximately 30 days. Is that correct?
Madam City Attorney.
Council President, council member, he has that period of time to put forward a nominee. If he does, I'm going to put this in the negative. If he doesn't put forward a nominee within that 30-day period, that triggers the opportunity of the council to vote on this slate of 3.
Great.
If he doesn't make the nomination, that opportunity for the council is there, but the council doesn't have to take advantage of that opportunity. So does that make sense?
Yes, that's really helpful. And then I guess, secondly, what is the action that needs to happen for us to be able to extend that window and allow for a national search before the city council might decide to put their own 3 forward?
Council President, council member, it's really an inaction. As long as the council doesn't take the opportunity to put forward, again, to vote on, by a majority of its members, to vote on a slate of 3, as long as the council doesn't take advantage of that opportunity, it gives the mayor more time to put forward a nomination.
Okay, thank you. So it's not an official
make sense?
action that needs to be stated?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you for those clarifying answers.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I'll be in support of this motion to deny. I think it's clear that the motion says is to deny this appointment. I don't want the public to misinterpret us as supporting his nomination because this motion is literally saying to deny. I also think that a motion to postpone would signal that we're still, it just would signal mixed communication to the public after our chief already resigned anyways. So I'll support this motion and call the question.
I see no one else left in queue. If without objection, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion to deny, which an I would mean to deny.
Councilmember Vita.
No.
Councilmember Palmisano.
No.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
No.
Councilmember Schaefer.
No.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
No.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
No.
Vice President Osman.
No.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 6 ayes and 7 nays.
That motion fails, and we can accept a new motion.
I will make a motion to delete the item.
Second.
Vice President Osman has moved to delete, and that's been seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and that completes the PHSE report and the report of all of our standing committees. Yes.
I'm sorry to pull your attention, but on the IGR committee report and on the ELR committee report, numbers 2 through 12, Councilmember Stevenson was out of the chamber, and before we move too far, I know it's a courtesy to council members, and I wanted to raise that back up before too much time intervened.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to be added as an aye.
Okay, without objection.
And then also, Mr. President, in conferring with my colleagues, I think that we failed to record, and this is, I think, a Scrivener error on the script, on the Enterprise Labor Relations agenda. We didn't hear read into the record item number 1. So just for clarity, if we could do a quick roll call on item number 1. We did definitively check that 2 through 12 were done, but don't have assurance that we actually voted on number 1.
Okay, Councilmember Palmisano.
Mr. Chair, I am certain that I said that item 1 was a gift acceptance from Local Progress for Councilmember Wansley. Is that what we're?
Mr. President, the clerks didn't get your script right. So on the agenda is an item that wasn't in your script, and so we need to put the one that's on the agenda on the record and get a vote.
I see. So let me go back to that on the agenda. Can you just tell us what it is?
Civil Service Commission appointment.
Yeah, we're making an appointment of William Walker to seat number 3 on the Civil Service Commission beginning March 1, 2026.
Thank you.
All
I'll
right.
move that for approval.
Second.
On the motion to approve item number 1 on the Enterprise and Labor Relations Committee, the clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes. My apologies to the council.
That carries, and now that completes the committee reports. Colleagues, I was originally intending on getting through the full agenda and then taking a recess before the closed session to finish off the meeting. Given the time, I think now would be a great time to take a lunch recess. Madam City Attorney, do you have a preference?
Council President, as long as you're asking me, I think it would be more efficient to finish your business, take a lunch break, and then reconvene for the closed session. But that's...
I want to hear from other members.
Yes, let's do that.
We want to finish our business? Is that what I'm hearing? Yes. All right. On the next order of the, okay, I'm going to watch the queue on who wants to get in and see if that aligns with what the decision we're making. The next order of business is notice of ordinance introductions. We have one notice today. Councilmember Wansley, Osmond, Chavez, and Chowdhury give notice of intent to introduce at the next regular meeting of the City Council the subject matter of an ordinance amending the Licensing and Business Regulations Code, adding a new chapter 342 regulating operation of autonomous vehicles for commercial purposes. That notice is hereby given and no further action is required at this time. Councilmember Wansley has a related item in front of us, so
Yeah.
I will call on her to introduce that item and move approval. Councilmember Wansley.
Yes, thank you, President Payne. Colleagues, just want to share a few words on the notice and the staff directive that's attached to it for shared understanding. So many of you have seen Waymo cars that are currently on our streets, mapping and testing with the stated intention to launch commercial autonomous vehicles in Minneapolis as soon as even this fall. There are many questions that have come up when we think about autonomous vehicles, but first and foremost, one that is really important is what is going to happen to workers who rely on driving rideshare for income to support their families. Automation threatens to displace these workers and push thousands of working families into poverty. And a few years ago, the Minneapolis City Council took on Uber and Lyft because we believe that Minneapolis drivers should have been earning and should earn minimum wage equivalents when working for multi-billion-dollar Silicon Valley companies. Now, these same drivers, many of whom are workers of color, members of communities targeted by Operation Metro Surge, are asking the Minneapolis City Council to protect them from losing their income altogether because tech billionaires want to automate their jobs. As local legislators, our job is to protect vulnerable communities from extractive corporations and to build a pro-worker economy where everyone can thrive. And there are so many, again, outstanding questions about how autonomous vehicles might impact not just our workers, but also infrastructure, our public transit, as well as our stated climate equity goals. And local government doesn't need to be passive and assume that these impacts are inevitable. We have the responsibility to work with our community and city staff and each other to pass responsible regulation that creates a city where workers and residents come before corporate profits. And that's why myself, Vice President Osmond, and Councilmember Chavez and Chowdhury are bringing forward this notice and staff directive. But specifically to the notice, it's related to business licensing for automated vehicles for commercial purposes. And we all know that this is just the first step of the legislative process, and that is why there's not specific policy language included. That is why we're also bringing forward a staff directive, which you all have copies of and also received via email last night. That staff directive will have our staff initiate the legislative research process in support of us developing the policy parameters and overall regulatory framework of the ordinance itself. So over the coming months, I look forward to working closely with stakeholders that include drivers, labor unions, city staff, and experts from all across the country to develop responsible regulations at the local level that support the creation of a strong citywide framework in 2027 and to support the work that's happening statewide as well. And we'll keep you updated on that. So with that, I will move approval of the staff directive and ask for a second.
Second.
Councilmember Wansley has moved approval of the staff direction. It's been seconded. Seeing no one in queue, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainbow.
Aye.
Vice President Osmond.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries and the direction is adopted. The next order of business is the introduction and referral calendar. We have 3 items today. First, council members Schaefer, Rainville, Vita, Warren, Osmond, Whiting, Chowdhury, and Palmisano, in addition to myself, move to introduce the subject matter of an ordinance amending the zoning code for first reading and referral to the Business, Housing, and Zoning Committee, amending regulations for certain uses associated with distribution and use of electric power, including data centers, electric or gas substations, backup generators, utility boxes, and battery energy storage systems. Second, pursuant to notice, Councilmember Chavez moves to introduce the subject matter of ordinance amending the Health and Sanitation Code for first reading and referral to the Public Health, Safety, and Equity Committee, decriminalizing the possession of cannabis paraphernalia and drug paraphernalia. Looks like I only have two here. Those drug paraphernalias are two combined. Okay. May I have a motion to approve these items as listed on the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
I'll recognize Councilmember Chugtai.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had an opportunity to chat with the Councilmember Schaefer, who's the lead author on introduction and referral calendar item number 1, the data center use regulations ordinance, prior to the last council meeting, and would respectfully ask to be added as a co-author on this work. Thank you.
Without objection. That sounds good. Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, President Payne. I'm really looking forward to diving into this work collaboratively. Councilmember Schaefer and I both had the idea to bring forward these ordinances around the same time, and she and I had a really good conversation of just co-authoring. The clerks let me know I can't put myself as second author because we have to do it in ward order. But in that spirit, she and I are working together collaboratively with our CPED staff, with our legislative research team, each other's offices, and are going to continue to have like working meetings with those staff and each other. We would love to just continue to hear like feedback, questions from you all, and just engage in a really important conversation as we move through this 6-month process. There's a really good laid out timeline within the LIMS file that has different stops in which the city of Minneapolis will touch on this. The first will be, I believe, in July at the committee of the whole at the Planning Commission, and then it will open up a 60-day comment period for the public, and then there will be a public hearing at the Planning Commission. And in between all of that work and it coming to council, we'll have opportunities for our CPED team and our legislative research team to really educate us as council members. We've floated the idea of learning labs. We obviously have the staff directive that's going to come, and they've agreed, CPED and our legislative research team, to work together collaboratively on this as we work to educate ourselves on this issue, because data centers, I don't think any of us can say we're experts. There's a lot of a learning curve, but it's also an important opportunity to educate the public and build out a really strong regulatory framework that is the right fit for a city and that puts the public interest in the center. So I'm looking forward to that. I believe also, just so people can put this as their like North Star, and when we take our final vote, it's listed in that timeline. We're aiming for November 12th, I believe, sometime in November. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's all in the LIMS file.
Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you. Councilmember Schaefer, thank you so much for taking the lead on this. This is a growing industry, and clearly we need to regulate it and take a look at that. So I look forward to all this research from our staff so we can make decisions based on facts, not fears.
Seeing no one else left in queue, I will ask the clerk. Oh, Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Chowdhury, for that overview. I appreciate it. And I would say one of the first steps we're even doing is many of us got a chance to tour Sleep Number, which was great. CPED and LRO staff had not had that opportunity, so I just wanted to report back to the group. I know Councilmember Pombasano was engaged in that process of getting them connected. That is happening June 23rd, I believe. CPED and the LRO staff will be getting their own private tour of Sleep Number. So I really am excited about this work moving forward. It is a great opportunity for our city to reset some of the commercial valuations in our downtown core. When we saw the change in valuation on Sleep Number, it is sobering to think of what impact that could have on some of our residential market, relieving some of that property burden or tax stress. So thank you. We're looking forward to this work and learning a lot, as we all agree. Thanks.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I also want to give a big shout out to Councilmember Chowdhury for leading us on moving forward on the data center moratorium. And my hope is that this does get finalized by this body in order to give us time to go through this ordinance and go through the regulatory framework that is needed to regulate this. Thank you.
Seeing no one else left in queue, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Vito.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and those matters are referred to the committees listed on the agenda. The next order of business is resolutions. We have 4 resolutions on our agenda today, all of which receive presentations at the beginning of our meeting. Do council members have any additional comments to add? May I have a motion to adopt these resolutions? Oh, Councilmember Vita.
Was there 5? I thought there were 5.
The other one was adopted in the committee report.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Is there a motion to adopt these resolutions?
So moved.
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Vito.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and those resolutions are adopted. Next, we have the order of new business. We have 7 items today, 3 of which were on our published agenda and 4 were added at the beginning of our meeting. Item 1 is an amendment to our appointments to various boards, commissions, committees. Today, I'm bringing forward an amendment by adding myself as an appointment to the task force to establish a statewide network funding for public safety radio communications infrastructure. This was discussed in our IGR meeting, and I want to give a special shout out to Ikram Mohammed in my office because she was already on top of getting this onto our agenda as I was asking our staff about when I could expect that. So getting ahead of the curve here. May I have a second to this motion?
Second.
Any questions? The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Vito.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Vice President Osman. Aye. President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and the item is adopted. Item 2 is the receipt of Mayor Fry's nomination of Kayla McKinnon-Diarra to the appointed position of Civil Rights Director. I move to refer this nomination to the Public Health, Safety, and Equity Committee for setting the public hearing and ask for a second.
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Vito.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries. Item number 3 is the receipt of Mayor Fry's nomination of Rebecca Malmquist to the appointed position of City Assessor. I move to refer this nomination to the Enterprise and Labor Relations Committee for the setting of a public hearing and ask for a second.
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 The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Vito.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That item carries and is referred to the Enterprise and Labor Relations Committee. Item number 4 is a legislative directive related to the 38th Street Thrive Strategic Development Plan. I will ask Councilmember Chavez to introduce the item.
Thank you, Council President Payne. This legislative directive is being authored by myself and Councilmember Stevenson. It's asking for an update on the 38th Street Thrive Economic Development Plan, Strategic Development Plan, along with the budget amendments that this body unanimously approved back in December. we figured we wanted to bring this forward today because many of our community members continue to bring up this plan, and we want to make sure that we are able to track and implement many of the things that our community members are asking us for. So we ask for your support.
Councilmember Chavez has moved this item. Is there a second? Second. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Vice President Osmond.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries and the item is adopted. Item number 5 is a request from the fire department to authorize the submittal of a grant application. I will ask Councilmember Chavez to introduce this item.
Thank you, Council President Payne. The Minneapolis Fire Department is asking for approval to apply to a SAFER grant from FEMA. This is a 3-year grant which would pay salary and benefits for up to 6 newly hired firefighters up to $2.2 million. I move this for approval.
Councilmember Chavez has moved approval of this item. It's been seconded. I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Vice President Osmond.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries and the item is adopted. Number 6 is a legislative directive related to Congress's approval this week of funding related to immigration. I will ask Councilmember Chavez to introduce this item.
Well, thank you, Council President Payne. This is a resolution authored by myself, Councilmember Chugtai, and Councilmember Chowdhury condemning the Trump administration and the United States Congress, where Republicans hold majorities in both the House of Representatives and the Senate, for passing nearly $70 billion in funding for ICE and Customs and Border Protections. This is funding that has been approved and signed by Donald Trump just this week. It is horrific. It is not anything that will make Minneapolis, our city, our state, and country any safer, and wanted to make sure that we showed our strong opposition to this after we faced throughout the Occupation Metro Surge. I also want to highlight that this week the city released a second report that estimated that the occupation of our city by the federal government cost the city $700 million. So then to have a federal government pass $70 billion nearly in funding to only demonize our immigrant neighbors is just a bad taste in my mouth.
Councilmember Chavez has moved this item. Has it been seconded?
Second.
Councilmember Wansley.
I just wanted to see if it would be amenable for the authors.
Yes.
If I could be added. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Anybody on the
objection.
dais?
Yeah.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Vice President Osmond.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That item carries. And finally, on new business, we have item number 7, amending the 2026 general appropriation resolution. And I will recognize Councilmember Chugtai.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am really excited to be bringing this item forward with my Uptown colleague, Councilmember Schaefer. This is if members will recall, a couple of cycles ago, the body took an action related to some additional resources that were remaining with the Meet Minneapolis contract. And what we heard from members of this body was a desire to ensure that these resources are making their way into the broader Minneapolis community, that these resources are being used to support the economic development work and stimulating the tourism economy beyond the downtown core. And so I would humbly ask colleagues to join me and Councilmember Schaefer in approving this item. It's been a real pleasure to work with the Office of Public Service, with the finance team, and COO Anderson Kelleher, and she's here and available to answer any questions that anyone may have. But it's been a real pleasure to work with her and her team in identifying this as a resource and working to make sure that we're bringing the Uptown Art Fair and making sure it is set up to succeed in this year, the first one since the completion of the Hennepin Avenue redesign, reconstruction project. And so we're really excited to welcome the Uptown Art Fair back to Uptown from its temporary relocation, and really looking forward to hosting all of you in Uptown this summer.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Yes, it's been a pleasure to work with Councilmember Chugtai on this, and Margaret Anderson Kelleher, thank you for your efforts. And, we're thrilled to be able to see something that we lost come back. And so we are really looking forward to this summer. I want to make sure that my colleagues also understand that we have been very clear to the organizers that this is seed money, that this is one-time seed money, and that this will be something that we can see as an investment in bringing Uptown Art Fair back to Uptown, and will be something that will then hopefully make them self-generating in the funding to be able to do this year after year from this investment this year. So thank you for your consideration of your vote in support of this, and you will make a lot of neighborhoods in Ward 7 and Ward 10 very happy.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. Just want to say thank you to my colleagues for bringing this forward, and also thank you to Council for taking action last month that allowed us to be able to have this money be available for exactly this purpose. And I believe Councilmember Chavez brought a resolution that stated that we wanted to use unused incentives tied to the Meet Minneapolis dollars to be able to support community activation initiatives like we're considering today. But I just want to make sure, for clarification, I see we have our COO, Margaret Anderson Kelleher, here. I believe there was $200,000 that would be left over. So this is asking for $100,000. Is it safe to say $100,000 is left?
Madam COO.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Councilmember Wansley. This is the item I'm here for. Yes, there's still $100,000 left in remaining funds for the year. And it's been a pleasure to work with both Councilmember Schaefer, Councilmember Chugtai, as well as the mayor's office on making sure that this is a use of the money. So there is a little bit remaining yet, and I look forward to working with all of you on that.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Seeing no one else left in queue, I just want to make sure that that motion was seconded.
Second.
All right.
Please.
The clerk will call the roll.
Aye.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Chugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Vice President Osmond.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That item carries, and then that completes our new business. And at this time, I'm going to hand the gavel over to Vice President Osmond.
Mr. President, we should move the closed session of this body and then convene the MCDA.
We're doing MCDA after closed session?
No.
We are?
We could.
Wait. Oh, restate what you just said.
We have an MCDA meeting, as you know, to deal with some items that were also dealt with council today. And we had originally scripted it that we would finish the council meeting, make the motion for the closed session, which is still pending, finish MCDA. So, do you want to do MCDA after closed session?
Yes.
Okay. We have announcements and we have MCDA. Do we want to get those done and then take a recess?
Yes.
All right. I will recognize Vice President Osmond to chair the MCDA.
All right.
What he's saying is they want you to close closed session first.
We need to finish announcements and the motion for
Oh,
closed
I got
session.
you because we are in the council meeting before we go into the MCDA. Got you. All right. So I will recognize the city attorney.
There you go.
Oh, goodness. It's very confusing. Council President, council members, the next items on the agenda are two cases. The first is Bernie Salzer versus City of Minneapolis et al., and the second is Catherine Doe versus City of Minneapolis. Your lawyers wish to provide a briefing to the council on these litigation matters. Accordingly, under the Minnesota Open Meeting Law, Minnesota Statute Section 13D.05, Subdivision 3B, the council may, upon a proper motion, close the meeting for the purposes of attorney-client communication as permitted by the attorney-client privilege. In considering the motion, the council should weigh the right of the public to know what its government is doing against the need of the city to preserve the confidentiality of its discussions with its attorneys.
Okay. With that, thank you, Madam City Attorney. I move to close our public meeting as authorized under the open meeting law, specifically Minnesota Statute Section 13D.05, for the purpose of receiving a briefing on the litigation matter of Bernie Salzer versus City of Minneapolis et al. And the litigation matter of Catherine Doe versus City of Minneapolis. May I have a second to that motion?
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Warren.
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Shugtai is absent. Councilmember Whiting.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Vice President Osman.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries. And now, before we head to the closed session, we're going to have a meeting of the MCDA, but I also want to make sure we have an opportunity to do announcements. Do any council members have announcements? Councilmember Vita.
Thank you, President Payne. I first just wanted to say there's going to be a lot of Juneteenth celebrations in North Minneapolis and throughout the city. Colleagues, please join us if you can at one or all of them. And secondly, I just want to give a huge shout out to all the city staff and everyone who participated in making the week-long Prince celebration a huge success. A lot of work went into that. I want to thank Tim Drew, who's a parking service manager that was just rocking it downtown, just really making sure it was a good event. So many city staff took part in that, and I want to thank them all. And then lastly, I want to thank Sharon Smith Akinsanya and Joan Vordenberg-Brugen, who created that mural. That iconic Prince mural that is downtown. They spearheaded the creation of that. And while I was out all weekend, there were people from all over the world that came to Minneapolis just to take a photo in front of that mural and to celebrate Prince's life and legacy. And so I want to thank Sharon and Joan for the creation of that, for the creation of bringing community together in Minneapolis. When I say there were people from all over the world, I was in line at the Armory and I met people from Australia. I met people from Kentucky. I met people from Canada. People were here to celebrate, and they loved Minneapolis, and they felt safe, and they said they'll come back. If we have a sing-along again, they're coming back for the sing-along. Thank you to all the city staff and the choir and the folks who practice. I asked if I could sing along, and they said you didn't come to practice, so next time I'm gonna practice so I can sing along. It really was a beautiful event. It was a way to not only to celebrate Prince, but to celebrate us, to celebrate Minnesota. We all came together around our love for music and Prince's music in particular, but there were some phenomenal artists who came to Minneapolis to sing and to build on what our city have already built around togetherness. So thank you again to all the city staff. Thank you to Joan and Sharon for kind of spearheading and creating this event along with that mural. And thank you to everyone who participated in celebrating the life and legacy of Prince.
Councilmember Whiting.
Thank you, President Payne. Just wanted to note that this was our first meeting since our leadership consulting, and I think we did a pretty dang good job here on the body. There's some controversial issues that came up, and I think we did it in a way that was deeply positive and represents what this body should and can do in the weeks, months, and years to come. And so I think we give ourselves a little bit some flowers here. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chowdhury.
Yeah.
On June 19th, Juneteenth, I invite everyone to come to Minnehaha and Lake for Soul of the Southside. Soul of the Southside is a free annual Juneteenth celebration that creates joyful, visible Black space in South Minneapolis. It brings together artists, families, neighbors, and small businesses to celebrate Black creativity, culture, and community outside in the open, rooted in place. Super excited to see this come back to downtown Longfellow. I hope that the city of Minneapolis can find ways to support this into the future so it can continue. It's a wonderful activation here in this part of the South Side, and I gotta give flowers to the Legacy Building, owned by a husband and wife duo, Emmanuel and Fancy. They own and operate a Black-owned multi-use creative space in the 12th Ward in the Longfellow neighborhood, and they have just given so much to this community. And yeah, I encourage you to come. There's usually 2 stages for musics and shows going on at the same time, and an amazing market for us to support our local small Black businesses.
Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you. So this will be the 98th year, yes, 98 years for the Northeast Parade. And I want to thank the Lions Club for stepping up and taking control of that. And I'm so proud to walk down Central Avenue with Councilmember Payne and our state officials and just celebrate that unique community that Northeast is. I also want to do a shout out to Interim Chief Billy Peterson. He's been asked to lead the police department in a very tough time, and that's a lot of demands on him and his family, and I appreciate him stepping up and taking the lead on that.
Councilmember Vita.
Thank you, President Payne. I just want to thank Ben Johnson in the Arts and Culture Department also for the amazing work around the Prince celebration. They also did a fantastic job of spotlighting how beautiful of a city Minneapolis is, and we have so much arts and culture to give and to highlight. So thank you so much to Ben Johnson and his team in the Arts Department.
Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I want to give a shout out to North Minneapolis, to Ward 5. We had our River North Festival this past weekend, which was the first one. All of the musicians, the artists, the vendors, the collaboration between the businesses and our Broadway corridor to make that event a success. There was poetry, there was music, there was just feel good. It just felt so good to be outside this past weekend. We also had Purple Days at Bethune Park, hosted by Nikki Love, who does a great event every year. Myself and Councilmember Vita get the privilege of helping to sponsor and collaborate with her in the wonderful work that she does in community over there and bringing folks together. So they gave out some wonderful gift baskets and things like that for raffles. There was free ice cream and things like that. So we just really look forward to, again, all of the great Juneteenth events that are getting ready to happen. I said, we just been partying all weekend, and it feels so good, you know, because you get so cooped up in the house, especially during the winter months or what have you. And so the opportunity to really get outside and absorb some good sunshine, that good vitamin D, smile with your neighbors, hug them because you can recognize them now because everybody's not all bundled up. It's exciting and it feels really good. So come out, support your neighbors, support the community. Again, so many things happening over the next week for Juneteenth. We're going to be outside tomorrow doing a lot on Broadway around Shiloh. There's gun violence prevention. There's different stuff that's happening over there. Again, we'll be at Bethune, Phyllis Wheatley Saturday, and just come. We're going to have a great time, Northside. I'm excited for it and excited to see the families out enjoying the laughter, love, and community legacy building work. It's good. We're worth it. Have a good weekend. The end.
Before we proceed to our closed session, we will adjourn this meeting and convene our meeting of the Minneapolis Community Development Agency. After that meeting is adjourned, we will then convene our closed session. For the viewing public, I'll note that once we've convened our closed session, the broadcast of this meeting will continue and the City Council will reconvene in public after we've concluded the closed session. With that, I'll recognize Council Vice President Osmond to convene the MCDA meeting.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Welcome to the regular meeting of Minneapolis Community Development Agency Board of Commissioners for June 11, 2026. I am Jamal Osman, and I'll call this meeting to order. At this time, I'll ask clerk to call the roll so we can verify a quorum for this meeting.
Commissioner Chavez.
Present.
Commissioner Chowdhury.
Present.
Commissioner Shugtai is absent. Commissioner Osman.
Present.
Commissioner Palmisano.
Present.
Commissioner Payne.
Present.
Commissioner Rainville.
Present.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Present.
Commissioner Stevenson.
Present.
Commissioner Vitaw.
Present.
Commissioner Warren.
Present.
Commissioner Whiting.
Present.
And Commissioner Wansley.
Present.
There are 12 members present.
Let the record have a quorum. The agenda for today's meeting is before us. I'll move to adopt the agenda and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Commissioner Chavez.
Once a year, I can't remember.
This is adopting the agenda.
Aye.
Commissioner Chowdhury.
Aye.
Commissioner Shugtai is absent. Commissioner Osmond.
Aye.
Commissioner Palmisano.
Aye.
Commissioner Payne.
Aye.
Commissioner Rainville.
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Aye.
Commissioner Stevenson.
Aye.
Commissioner Vitaw.
Aye.
Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Whiting.
Aye.
Commissioner Wansley.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That motion carries and the agenda is adopted. Next, I will move to accept the minutes of the September 19, 2024 meeting and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Commissioner Chavez. Aye. Commissioner Chowdhury.
Aye.
Commissioner Osmond.
Aye.
Commissioner Palmisano.
Aye.
Commissioner Payne.
Aye.
Commissioner Rainville.
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Aye.
Commissioner Stevenson.
Aye.
Commissioner Vitaw.
Aye.
Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Whiting.
Aye.
Commissioner Wansley.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That motion carries. Our next item is the election of officers. The annual meeting to elect the following officers: a chair, vice chair, and secretary. I will move to nominate the following commissioners to serve the MCDA officers: myself as the chair, Commissioner Arlene Chowdhury as a vice chair, and Pearl Warren as a secretary. Is there any discussion of this nomination? See none, with that, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Commissioner Chavez.
Aye.
Commissioner Chowdhury.
Aye.
Commissioner Osmond.
Aye.
Commissioner Palmisano.
Aye.
Commissioner Payne.
Aye.
Commissioner Rainville.
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Aye.
Commissioner Stevenson.
Aye.
Commissioner Vitaw.
Aye.
Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Whiting.
Aye.
Commissioner Wansley.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That item carries. Next item is a motion to amend the MCDA bylaws to incorporate several technical changes, especially those changes that address the location of our meetings and staff, as well as the membership of our operating committee. Is there any discussion or questions on the bylaws? Seeing none, I will move approval of the bylaws and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Commissioner Chavez.
Aye.
Commissioner Shugtai.
Aye.
Commissioner Palmisano.
Aye.
Commissioner Payne.
Aye.
Commissioner Rainville.
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Aye.
Commissioner Stevenson.
Aye.
Commissioner Vitaw.
Aye.
Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Whiting.
Aye.
Commissioner Wansley.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chowdhury.
Aye.
Chair Osmond.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries and the motion is approved. The last item of our agenda is a consent item referred to us from MCDA Operating Committee from the meeting of June 2nd, 2026. This item is a resolution approving amendment to the city conduit bond policy. I will note that the council approved a payroll resolution on its agenda today as item 16 in the Business, Housing and Zoning Committee report. Colleagues, is there any discussion on this? Seeing none, I'll move approval of this item and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Commissioner Chavez.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabtai.
Aye.
Commissioner Palmisano.
Aye.
Commissioner Payne.
Aye.
Commissioner Rainville.
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Aye.
Commissioner Stevenson.
Aye.
Commissioner Vitoff.
Aye.
Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Whiting.
Aye.
Commissioner Wansley.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chowdhury.
Aye.
Chair Osman.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That item is approved. Thank you, commissioners. See no further business before us. With no objection, I'll declare this meeting adjourned.
And then we will reconvene for closed session at 2 o'clock. Tech team, we're ready. The time is now 3:59, and the City Council has reconvened in open session following our closed session. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll to prove the presence of a quorum.
Councilmember Vita is absent. Councilmember Palmisano.
Present.
Councilmember Chavez.
Present.
Councilmember Warren is absent. Councilmember Schaefer is absent. Councilmember Wansley.
Present.
Councilmember Shugtai.
Present.
Councilmember Whiting.
Present.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Present.
Councilmember Stevenson is absent. Councilmember Rainville is absent. Vice President Osman is absent. President Payne.
Present.
There are 7 members present.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum, and with that, we've completed our business today with nothing further to come before the council, and without objection, this meeting is hereby adjourned.